Crash Course Podcast is brought to you in part by DerbyParts.com. The 2015 Wadena Grand Slam. Full Lockwood Motorsports and the 2015 Keystone National. Scioppa Racing and ScioppaRacing.com. Ultimate Derby and Blizzard Bash 2015. Reckless Abandon Derby apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com. And Derby Inc. magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc.
This is the Crash Course Village Derby Podcast, coming to you live at trackside from the Clarion County Fair in Clarion, Pennsylvania. And there's a good look one more time at that famous shot from Sean Gokenauer. We don't see Sean here tonight, but I tell you what, an outstanding turnout. Saturday night, we are in the spot. Jake Sherman here at the table with me. Andy Lee lurking off to my left, as he only knows how to do. Wonderful to see you guys here, coming down and taking in the Clarion County Fair. Jake, you know, we watched a little bit here this afternoon, questioning among ourselves what we were in store for, and I tell you, once that rain shower passed through, fortunes changed dramatically. A remarkable turnout for the Superstock division, which we're going to be seeing here as the co-headliners, along with all of these trucks, and there are some vicious-looking truck teams out there.
Oh, absolutely. The orange and blue team, the blue and black team, I tell you, there are some very well-built iron here, that's for sure.
So we've documented a little bit about some of the transpirings in the point standings and what we've got to watch here tonight. Good points night in store for Mike DeFreesia. Only about a dozen or so of those Superstock cars. If he can score a good finish here, that's going to help him gain those 27 points back that he now trails Wreckless Warriors Tour points leader Steve Scioppa by, with Steve not in the pits at this point.
That's correct. Mike, I think he made it through tack on first try. I mean, he always gets here early. It seemed like he came right through check, and he's now parked, and it didn't look like he was doing any work.
He didn't have a whole lot to do at all, other than wiring that nose back down. We also had a chance to check out the red, white, and blue colors of Rick Clark making the toe down, along with the by far and away the most stock car here, Ron McClung's 454.
Yes, certainly the most stock car here, but we'll see how he runs it.
He's going to run it wide open pretty much the way he does every time he comes out. We've seen him a couple times now on the Wreckless Warriors Tour. This is going to be a good points night for him. You know, same situation. He's got a chance to bank some additional points. There was ample rumor that we were going to see Davey Chapman. I have not seen him come through inspection yet. There are a couple cars that are pitted out beyond the confines of this pit area. Interesting setup that they've got here. If you want to take a quick look at the track, Donnie Hartzell is going to be running a camera for us. There's a little bit of the track from one angle, and there's another look at it from the other side. This used to be a baseball diamond, and they would derby on the infield here. They would derby on the base paths. And you notice that the arc, as we pan from left to right, that perimeter fence for the home run is still here. They've since added a new bank, which we're seated on. You can see the grandstands behind us. There were trucks that were up on this bank last year. Steve Scioppa was even with the chair that's down there off to your right, adjacent to those speakers. So we're going to keep a close eye on how that program develops.
Absolutely,
but this is significant.
We might get a couple zoom shots. Or
it is quite a bit steeper than it was in the past. Toby Hiley said we have nothing to worry about. Chris Furster assured me that we were going to have a truck on our lap, so we'll have to see who comes out on top of that debate. Good turnout for the Shockers tonight. A lot of Mopars in the pits.
Yeah. I'd say a good 4 or 5 at least here. I see one loaded back up. I don't know if he's loading for good or just loaded up back on the rollback to do a little bit of work. But good Shocker turnout. It's a pretty wide range actually. A couple Fords, a few GMs, and a few Shockers in the Superstock class.
We just had another GM pull in, and we saw a well-worn 75-ish Caprice pull in, 4-door Caprice. The car that Mad Mike has, I believe that's the car that won Trumbull County here a couple weeks ago.
Yes,
that was
I think so.
That was the first place car. Getting the opportunity to drive the Redline motor again one more time. The reports from just a week ago when we were at the Jefferson County Fair, the problems turns out to be far more ample than what appeared for Mike DeFriesio, finishing 8th in that order with a broken transmission. Posted all the pictures, how it bent funny at the front, and it went up and it tore the transmission apart right at the bell housing. They got it back to the shop, and they found that Redline motor, brand new, with only 2 runs on it, had a broken block.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's an unfortunate night right there.
So
But we knew it was quick because as soon as he backed up, there was something happened, and you could see there was no working in there. He knew right away that it was bad.
Another good look at what we've got planned here. Grandstands, temporary grandstands set up on the infield, right in where all the pits are being held. They did a pretty good job of shoehorning everyone in, as we see Tim Showers in that number 880 now, climbing on top of his truck, getting ready to offload the third of Team White's entries. We saw Team Blue, the 505, the original 505. Rich Cipra was here. Interesting design on the front of Cipra's. Whoa, we're listing pretty bad over there. It's leaning pretty bad as you go to the left. We might have to do a little bit of work leveling that guy out. We'll cut away from there and let you see if we can't balance that one out a little bit.
There seems to be a lot of action. The tech line's they're trying to get through them pretty quick here, but like you touched on a little bit earlier, there was about a half an hour rain, and they kind of just slowed everything up a little bit. It's nice and clear right now. The track looks like a clay, and it's going to be a pretty fast track. I think it's drying up pretty good. But Corey Roman, I think, with that team orange and blue truck is going to be definitely one of the favorites to go, and he's already in the points chase. Bad luck unloading off the trailer, blew a passenger side front tire unloading his truck off the trailer, and so hopefully that bad luck isn't going to carry through the rest of the night. David Day was working on his car pretty heavy earlier. He had 4412 carb, and he was having trouble with that, and he was walking around the pits looking for parts. So hopefully he's got that worked out. It looks like there isn't any work going on over there right now, so hopefully he's going to be ready to go.
Much better. There we go. Got that straightened out. We're live, and we tested everything. We checked everything, so we should be good to go for the rest of the night. As a side note to everybody watching at home, during the pull-off, you will probably find everything loses sound. I'm telling all of you this now so that we don't get the messages. The fair board has a separate announcer here on the ground. He has been instructed to play music. So, in the interest of not dropping the stream and losing all of you guys hanging out there with us at home, we will have to most likely mute the microphones. You'll keep audio, you'll keep visual, you'll see everything, but it is going to be muted. And we've tried through the course of the day to reach a compromise with the fair. They aren't necessarily interested in any of that. Jake was witness to some of those conversations. We had a couple conversations as well to try and make this as user-friendly as possible and reach the middle ground to the point where we even offered to again run the sound out of our board so that they could hear us talking back and forth about what transpired during the heats. Unfortunately, that is not in the cards tonight. So, in between heats, don't be surprised if it gets awful quiet and you lose all audio. There's no need. I'll remind everybody of that again at the end of the heat, just so you guys know what's going on and everybody that's tuning in with us knows the situation. But not ideal. During the heats, obviously, it won't be a problem. We'll be with you the whole way, and we are very, very close to the trackside. Donnie, if you would spin that thing so you can look down the line, so you can see the track and the berm. And this can kind of give you an idea a little bit of how close we are. You see the berm, and there's the tripod that is shooting us. Behind it is the track. We are right on top of the track. And it is going to be outstanding when these trucks get out here and start tearing after each other. Corey Roman, I know you started to talk about him a minute ago. Very real potential that is going to be the winning truck at the end of the night.
I tell you, absolutely, the whole team is a very, very well built team of trucks. There's definitely going to be the ones to watch, and with him being in the points chase, I have to believe that they're going to probably help to push him there too.
And not able to follow up on this because we've gone live. He's just left tech inspection. I didn't see if he did or did not have a stick on it. If he made it through tech on the first try, that banks him 15 points. If he wins his heat, that gives him another 20, so he gains 35 points right there. That makes him the points leader if he wins his heat. Before you have to worry about the future.
A lot of movement, I think. A lot of movement around.
Rich Sipper's got some opportunity. Ken Kiskadden,
Yep.
who is the defending winner here. We'll be watching him as we see Davey Chapman.
That looks like Chapman just pulling in now.
Way on the back stretch, we see Davey Chapman pulling in. Donnie, if you want to take a look at him, if we can maybe get a shot at Davey Chapman working his way through the pit area. He just made a hard right-hand turn, and you can see the motion back there in the pit. That is Chapman making it forward. This will be a good night for him after he came away with second place with Jefferson County.
He has a hard second. Hard win.
defeated no less by his own transmission.
Yeah.
He was under the hood of Todd Sayopa's car. So we have Steve Sayopa winning the Superstock show, which was second to last time. The season opener with the Superstocks in Brookville. Keystone Nationals rained out on at the end of June from Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Instead, was relocated to the 11th of July, same night as a ton of derbies in New York. That win goes home again with Steve Sayopa. The Superstocks went on the track again that night. Joe Lombardi coming over the win in that division. So J.C. Molly winning that in one of the Sayopa's cars. It was the Vortec motor, no less, that won the spring show that was under the hood of J.C. Molly's car, winning over there the stock show at the Keystone Nationals. Last weekend, we see Todd Sayopa breaking through for his first win. And he was due. I mean, he's been knocking on the door quite a bit. Had a rash of transmission problems, including running the transmission so hard that it built so much pressure that it spit the dipstick out through the tube, and it blew oil all over the place, and it melted the car down at the Keystone Nationals last year. And then he had a similar fate there at the Keystone Nationals this year, turning around, coming away from the win. David Chapman winning second. New transmission combination for Todd Sayopa winning one, and then underneath the training tunnel was a Chapman-built transmission. We can talk a little bit about it a moment ago. The 505, we alluded to Rich Sipper a moment ago. I wanted to talk to you. Did you have a chance to look at his Suburban? Any of them for that matter?
I glanced it over a little bit when he first come in, but I didn't get a hard look at it.
He has a breakaway steering setup, so that when the nose of his truck goes away, parts will break, allowing it to stretch further. He's designed for this. He brought all three of their trucks came out of a junkyard. They're not the cleanest Suburbans you've ever seen, but they are the most likely to win in Mad Dog you've ever seen. And they were going to be spent at the end of the night. He's got this steering column where he had his stock steering column, steering setup out of his cars, which has two knuckles on it that he wanted to run. He's got the existing bottom half of the steering knuckle that goes down to the box that came with his Suburban. But it had front steering, it had bad steering on it, so he wanted to run the other piece. So he had to find a way to get it together. So he ran his shaft and the top two knuckles down to what was left of the shaft and the remaining knuckle on the Suburban. So now he's got three knuckles. He can't drive it like that. It's too floppy.
Yeah.
So he's taken electrical tape and two pieces of wood, basically paint stickers, and isolated the center knuckle. So it's solid with the two pieces of wood. When that gets up high enough, the tape's going to fail.
Yes.
Wood's going to snap, and it's going to give him a little bit of extra steering through the first of the night. I thought, interesting. I thought there were probably other ways maybe you could have done it, but sure enough, that electrical tape in the wood, it's going to work.
Yeah.
In theory. So
Ingenious. We'll see.
Yeah. And he's got all the yolks are all tightly wound in additional electrical tape. You don't want any dirt and dust to get in there.
Correct. Holds things together sometimes.
No dirt and dust on deck for us tonight. I'll tell you that much for sure. Doesn't appear to be. No dirt and dust going to be the issue tonight. Yeah, I see Ryan. There we go. We got you all fixed up. Answering a couple quick questions here, and we'll get back to our conversation. So apparently, yeah, when I muted it there to have a quick conversation there with Donnie, a little bit about straightening everything out. Everything was muted, so we'll have to go through that conversation again. So the abridged version, the 505 of the original Rich Sipper, he's got his stock car steering combination attached to what was left of the Suburban steering combination. So that gives you 3 knuckles in that setup. So in order to isolate it, he made a breakaway steering setup. He took the stick that was left off of his car from last week at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds on his Lincoln that he ended up finishing 3rd or 4th with, broke it in half and put it on both sides, isolating the center knuckle,
like
and wrapped it. So basically splints it. So that way, when the nose begins to come up on his Suburban, I happened to look down and I saw there was no levels, and it occurred to me, and now I got like 6 or 7 messages telling me, yes, I muted the mic, I'm sorry. Just what we were doing, we were testing for later.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
But he isolated that knuckle, so when the nose of it comes up a little bit more, it'll snap it right off, it'll break that, and it'll give him extra, it'll stave his steering later on.
The tape will fail, and then you'll gain a 3rd knuckle, so to speak.
So the white truck of Showers off the trailer. He hasn't gone through tech inspection yet. About 15 minutes away from the start. We'll have the team truck heats. Ample debate about the way that they're going to do it, and we don't know if we've actually come to a final conclusion on how it's going to work. Different formats and scenarios. If we have 6 teams, 8 teams, 9 teams, the math's easy. You just do 3 heats of 3, or you do 4 heats of 2, whatever. 10 again. Likewise, just as easy, 5 heats of 2. The magic number, though, is what if we get 7 teams? That means that somebody's going to get pounded on. So they've talked a little bit about doing some mixing and matching. If teams come short, they're giving some guys that also come short the option of creating teams of 3. Like if there's one guy here that has arrived by himself, none of his teammates.
I think TMX, the 215, it was actually the first truck here. And I believe he's by himself. Extreme
Lee is the name on the side of it. So we'll be monitoring that a little bit more closely. We were advocating in some of the conversations that if it's team format, the last truck running, that's the team that advances. But given some of the mixing and matching that's gone on with trucks not getting finished, teams showing up short, they also discussed the heat of running it down to the final 3 and letting the final 3 advance by themselves, which it changes that team dynamic. It changes it almost back to regular derby with a situation where the guys are just allowed to hold.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking at if that's the way we roll out. But there's a lot of work going on in tech. I mean, I don't see a lot of fixing, but the line coming into tech is still pretty long.
There's lots to do, lots to think about there. We talked a little bit about Ron McClung. Let's come back to that for a minute. Talking about stock is stock is stock. The number 5 of this Oldsmobile here that's sitting just to the left of that tilt bed, the white number 5. I thought that car was underbuilt.
Yeah,
we scoped him out.
Yeah, when he come in, I said, "Wow, that car's a little, it's still a decent build, but it's certainly light for the Supertocks, the other cars that are here today." Until I seen the 454 car pull in, and that is underbuilt for a windshield class. But I'm sure he'll have fun with it, and I'm sure it'll be destroyed.
I'm answering everybody's questions. So we got, look at this. Congratulations to Josh Farrell down in Virginia. They had an RC Derby at JMU Motorsports Park, and he has won. This news just coming in. That not only did he win, that also books him in a trip into the East Coast Championship Derby that's coming up here in just a short time away.
Yes.
So good for him. He finally broke through. It gives him a win, and that puts him into that show. He's excited for that. I got the note from Ed Brewster. How excited?
I'm excited about that. I think that's going to be an up-and-coming thing. An ordeal with them RC cars. I tell you, I'm definitely piques my interest when I see yours in your garage. Piques my interest every time I walk by. I think that's probably going to be in the cards maybe next year or over the winter.
I've got 7, so if you're looking for one, I can help you out with that.
But I think for me, just the size of them, I was never really into the RCs as far as other than as a kid buying a Kmart style. You know what I mean? And they're huge.
Yeah, those are 1/8 and 1/10 scale is a lot of what's being run. It's primarily the cars that I have at home. They're all Traxxas low center of gravity slashes. I've got those 2 that you saw with bodies. I've got the Ford and I've got the Lincoln. There's another car that needs a little bit of axle work right now. My boy is a terror on equipment, by the way. He was a little hard on a couple of those. We got to do some axle work on one of those. And that's going to have one of the, I basically have a Mopar wagon body that's painted up like Guard Speed Shop colors.
Nice, nice.
And I've got another Keith Rourke built body coming in. That's another wagon. That's going to be sort of in the vein of a Chevy wagon. And that is going to be painted up in the black and pink colors of Todd Siopa. Because a lot of these guys that these colors are emulating are the folks that helped us make this RC Derby possible in Topeka. So we get them the opportunity to have their colors in the ring.
Cool. Absolutely.
And I got a brand new one with a controller and a charger, just waiting for you to take it home.
All right. Well,
I'll show you when we get
home. I'm sure we'll talk about it. If I don't know. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. If I can't get a hold of this, four-cylinder Lumina.
What's that all about? You're bringing a car home from Dunkirk. You can, and it's
small enough
to where you can put that in the bed of your dually.
Actually, I got it all lined up. If I can just make the deal, I got it lined up. I got somebody going to bring it home for me and everything. It's we'll see.
Now, why is that car so special?
Yeah, they didn't make a lot of them. 90, 91.
One of those things.
Well, no, they just didn't make a lot of them. It's what we're talking about here is a W body with the Duke motor, 2.5 four-cylinder motor, and they only made them in 90, 91, and they're a rare car. And there's certain parts that I want on them, and certain things that I'm willing to pay for. So
primarily the cat.
What's that?
Primarily the cat. That's
no.
what you're
No, there's some other parts that I'd like to look at, and I got a few ideas. So
the cat's out of the bag. Just so you know, Jake is building a complete Resto lowrider, 91 euro, and you need the doors off it.
Yes, that is correct. I hear the Euros, because they're I'm not even going to get into that. I made a joke about the Euros being banned at local shows, and it got out of hand. Sarcasm sometimes doesn't come across on the internet. So, got a couple Euros at the house, but I do not have a Duke motor.
Got people wanting pictures of my RC cars. There's a bunch of them on my personal Facebook account if you want to go scope them out. And I got to get pictures up. This has been a busy week. We just released some of the rules. We got to clarify a couple things for those guys in the RC Derby down in Topeka. It's going to be at the skiing pavilion. I got to clarify a couple things and get some pictures of how I want the cages and stuff done.
How cool is that going to be?
$1,000 to win, man.
And I tell you, if you're not,
that purse has the purse there is $2,600.
That's more than most of your local
27 because we made a provision where you're allowed to run the aluminum axles, and not everybody has the means or desire to run those aluminum axles. I don't want to run aluminum axles. I want a lot of the stuff that we're going to do around here is going to be on the more stock side, around home anyway, I should say, is going to be on the more stock side, so those aftermarket axles won't be permitted. So what we've done is we wrote in a provision allowing the aluminum axles to be run for a lot of those guys out in Iowa who already had them, heavy RC guys anyway. And an extra $50 on the line for the highest finishing car with stock axles, cool. Because that'll let you buy aluminum axles, and it'll give you a little bit of money in your pocket.
Great.
So
it almost incorporates some of the things we've seen in shows where
absolutely
farthest on a stock axle or stock.
Here yet?
No, sir.
We have the singer for the national.
Okay. Yep. So we've got a couple other things that we adopted over there at that show in Topeka. If we get into the, we'll come back here in a minute on some of how busy this week has been. We've got longest tow award, which is, I think that's $100. We've got the most mangled award, so the car that finishes the night in the most twisted fashion is going to get some money. That's around $100. You've got best paint, which is just basically best appearing car, which I think Catskill Performance is behind, and that's going to be $100 at least. JMW Motorsports Park is going to have a special award for the best appearing cow RC car. So if you deck your car out with the cow RC logos, which is another one of the JMW sponsors, and then we've got the Mad Dog Award, the guy that's the biggest hammer through the course of the night. And that's a full format. It's got qualifying heats with rescue procedure, so you only get 2 assists and then you're done. The dead cars stay on the track, so those tin bodies can get hung up on one another. And then after that, you're only going to qualify so many, and after that you have a consi, and then you have a feature. It's paying back through 10th. $50 for 10th.
Man, how cool is that? I tell you what, I might have to really look into that, because
you can fit it in your carry-on.
My flight's already booked, so I'm going to be there. And obviously I just don't have the means to take a car there.
No, what I'm going to do is I'm meeting up with Ed Brewster because I'm going to be down in Virginia in September and in October for DVD dates with Chaos in the Valley in October coming up with the JPG show down there for benefit for Tom's Brook Volunteer Fire Department. You're going to be hearing a lot about them here in the next couple weeks. I'm going to be down there with them in Woodstock. He's in Midlothian. We're just going to get together, and he's going to take all my stuff and drive it out. He's got the trailer going anyway.
Yeah, why not?
So just give me your car.
There you go.
But busy week it's been. We've been all over the place.
Yeah.
We started last Saturday at the Jefferson County Fair. We turned around Tuesday night. We went to Dunkirk for an awesome show. More on that in a second.
That would have been the one I wish I would have made.
And then Wednesday night, we were at the Broome County Fair, where Vern Back is coming away with his first career win. I don't know if he planned on driving as smart as he did, but he smacked Mike Christek in the back end, and that punched his ticket to victory lane. So that was outstanding to see him come away with that win. We were happy for him. And Guy Raymond winning the four-cylinder division over there. Fun night over there. They had like 50 compacts.
And Hillbilly Hammer picked up the junk run one, correct?
We were getting to that.
Oh, stopped on it.
And how awesome was that Chuck Bowman, Donnie Hartzell nice enough to help him get down there, and Chuck Bowman shows up in a dogfight with Jeremy Gully, Josh Decker coming away with fourth place in that run, and Chuck winning. That was cool to see.
We have Dunkirk tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yep, championship night. Now, they're going to have at least 100 cars there tomorrow. I've seen pictures of some of the full-size stuff that's coming that are asinine.
Amazing. I tell you, if you got something to do tomorrow, barbecue, you need to cancel it. You need to be at Dunkirk, because if half the cars show up, like some of the photos that I've seen of the cars that are going to be there, it's going to be crazy.
And you saw them
crazy.
You saw them on my phone. They were not sent to you.
No,
because I don't want anybody.
No, absolutely not. No. I stalked Chris's phone earlier, and
some nice stuff, right?
Certainly some nice stuff.
Eric Remington already in the feature. He's got a car that has some history to it. It's unfortunately it's a DVD date tomorrow. We are not going to be able to live stream it. I tried, but the county fairs are a little sensitive to the live stream thing. They don't want it to hurt their attendance. Here tonight, we basically got told do whatever you want to do, because there's going to be so many people here that you're not going to be able to hear over your microphones anyway. So,
they didn't have to worry about selling any more tickets, because I don't think there's pretty much standing room only here, even on the sides.
Already.
I mean, they've sold every spot that they're going to get.
And promising to be an outstanding show here. But Dunkirk, they had close to 40 compacts. No, they're probably pushing 50, because they had an A heat, which was just 4 cylinders. They break it down. They know that before a car shows up in pits, they know how many heats they're going to have. They're going to have 5 on Tuesday. The B class, their hand was forced a little bit, but the B class had so many entrants they had to split it. So they ran 2 flights of B class. A class is 4 cylinders. B class is 6 cylinders. C class is mid-size cars, Diplomats, 77 Monte Carlos, Rivieras, Malibu, stuff like that. The D class is tilted Fords,
okay. Yep.
And the E class is full-size old iron. Those are the heats. They run it down to the last 2, and they give an award for best of show, and those 3 cars go to the feature. Bring a fresh car if you want. They're already in the feature. Sunday, they're going to do the same thing, same format. So if they get 35 A-class cars, they might run them all at once.
Wow.
2 cars qualify.
Wow.
Well, 3 because of best of show. And when they start, those 35 cars back off the line as fast as they can. They hit each other in the middle. Then they go to the opposite end. And it's like a 300, Donnie, you say it's a 330-foot track. It's a little bit longer than a full pole. 330, 350, somewhere's in there. And then they just take turns doing full track shots at each other, end to end, wide open. And they do it with the 4s, and they do it with the 6s, and they do it with the mid-size, and they do it with the Imperials. And whatever survives, they turn around and they go to the feature. There's no consi. That's your chance to qualify. There's no consolation round.
Wow.
That's it. So it's a ton of fun to watch that, because they are so aggressive out there. On Tuesday, Eric Remington was out there with Jim Eppinger and Alan McNeil and one other driver, and I apologize, Eric, for forgetting his name. All 4 of those cars were built out of the same shop. They're the only 4 mid-sized cars that showed up. All 4 of those cars went out there to win Best of Show. They didn't care about qualifying. They wanted a Best of Show trophy.
Really?
So you had Eric and his buddy who were door-to-door in the middle, and they went around the track opposite ways, wide open, and came and hit nose-to-nose right now. and it stood the nose on Eric's Diplomat, so much so that the throttle linkage had pushed back beyond the dash bar inside the car. And he's going to do it again. He's going to do it again with his feature car.
Well, I got a little taste of Mr. Remington at the King's Old School show.
He did okay there.
Yeah, just went wild. I mean, just tore it up at that show. Everybody, if you were in that heat, you knew it. You knew he was there.
He blasted Jim Ann in the Consi.
Oh. He blasted everybody.
So we got some officials down trackside now doing a little bit of a water check. See, with the rain that came through here earlier today, we kind of discussed a little bit of, do we or do we not water the track? And but I say when we had the conversation, we happened to be sitting at the table while the conversation was happening, so it's not like we're it's like, know your role. You're the podcast guys. It's our show. But we were chatting with them a little bit about the difference of how hard this track is, and they had a truck pull on it, so you'll see half of the track is really, really smooth. The other half, where it's rougher at the top of the track, that used to be a mud bog that was 10 feet deep. Now they've backfilled it in, so they're kind of watching to see if that's possibly going to be soft. They want to make sure they keep the dust down. We were so close, we were going to be eating clay. And this track surface, after that spritz of rain came through, man, it has come in very nice. They're not going to have to do hardly anything to that track.
I don't think so. There's a skim. It looks pretty slick right on top. There's a skim of the clay mud mix, maybe I would say an inch deep, and underneath that, I think it's going to be fast once you get that inch burned off.
It's that cable by your head. But hang on, time out. We don't want to do that unless there's somebody watching. No. The reason why we don't want to do that, tap into their PA, we don't know if anybody's on those speakers, and if it feeds back, it'll blow those guys out, and there's not going to be anything we can do about it. So we need somebody on their mixer to control that. So we'll ride it out for now. Much as I'd love to bring the crash course to these fans, they probably, some of these guys probably have never heard us talk and banter and discuss what's going on here on the track and what we're about to see. But that skim has cleared off pretty nice. Earlier, when they were trying to get the fire truck in, did you see any of that?
Yeah, right after the rain. It was slick. It was a mess, but now it's dried up now. I mean, it looks like it's going to do well.
Fire truck, if you can see it.
But if you look, even coming in, I mean, just that.
Don, you're not live. You're not live. You can bring that right around. You can zip it right over. So there's a look at the fire truck, and you can see the tracks and where it's been all torn up over there. You're good. You're good right there. Perfect. Where it was all torn up. The weight of the water in the equipment in the back of the truck was actually pulling it down into the pits, and it almost bounced off the front of two of the parked vehicles over there. One of them is a silver Grand Caravan that we rode down in today. But, they were able to kind of jockey it into position. The front wheels, they had the front wheels fully locked, and it was just sliding down the hill all by itself.
Yeah, how'd you feel about that? How'd you feel about that?
I don't worry about stuff. Bounce off the front of that. They're pretty hard in front. Fun drive down. I mean, it didn't take long at all to get down here. I was expecting 4.5, close to 5 hours. We made it just about the same amount of time to Brookville. I don't know how we got here. We were on roads I'd never heard of.
Oh yeah. It was. We followed the GPS, and it was. We turned like every 5 minutes onto a different road. But we made it. We popped in, and
we're here. Anxious to get this thing up and going on its feet. Looks like the water truck now pulling in tanker 4. Good look at the tanker. There we go. Okay. Go with what we got. Looks like they have pushed start time back about a half hour. So looks like 7:30 is going to be our go time. We see some officials still down on the track. They walked it a little bit. Tried to pull some of the debris out. They had a compact program out here on Wednesday night, same night as Broome County Fair. Pretty decent turnout. Figure 8 races right here. Ken Kiskadden's daughter, I believe Ashley Kiskadden, if I'm not mistaken, was out here and in competition in the figure 8 races, so that was kind of cool. I believe the number 11, that we saw over there, I think it was a Buick, the white GM
Right here?
that we saw backed off. Yeah,
Cadillac.
is it a Cadillac?
Yep.
That I believe is Josh Coons, who's been at all of the Wreckless Warriors Tour dates. This is the 4th event for him, so he stands to move up a little bit in the point standings as we see Tim Showers now pulling back into the pit area. That's that white Suburban right there in the middle of the track. Surprisingly high turnout for Suburbans.
Yeah, there's a lot of Suburbans, actually, and a few Dodge, newer style Dodge trucks, or second gens, I should say, and I know that's one of Gully's favorites. So
yeah, they do okay.
These are
no Jeep Cherokees though.
Yeah, no Jeep, nothing small. I mean, there's a lot of 1 tons, a lot of hard stuff. I'm like, I can't get over the blue and orange team. I mean, they are solid.
Ken Kiskaden with that team, along with Corey Roman, they're gonna be pretty nasty rides. That rumor that on the topic of team shows, that rumor is still continuing to float around about Bo Lockwood joining Mad Mike and Chris Furster as the original team Redline, and talking about coming up to Kings of Old School in September. It continues to prevail, but again, we can't get any confirmation out of Bo.
I put him on the spot a couple times. I couldn't get confirmation, but it certainly looks like it may be in the cards.
Scott Johnson watching live at home. Nitro Nate Witt, Jordan Burgess watching. We had, let's see. Got a ton of people watching, tuning in with us, waiting for the start of the Clarion County Fair Demolition Derby. Getting ready to throw some water down on the track here. So we were talking a little bit about some of the action that happened over the weekend. Steve Boroff won over at the Fayette County Fairgrounds. It was a pre-ran bubble top he took over there in the Wells class. Now he's qualified to go back over to the Fayette County Fairgrounds on the 12th of September. They've got power wheels, mowers, compacts, trucks, stocks, minivans, SUVs, powder puffs, run what you brung, Weld class, and then the championship heat. If you can believe that, they're going to be busy over there. That's one of the Crush Shore shows. But that is a brother of Andy Boroff, who's run a ton of the Bo Lockwood promoted shows. And he got the win and took home the Hard Hitter Award, and that qualified him for that Crush Shore Championship event. You're the track announcer coming into full voice. Oh my goodness, Pete Green. Pete Green is watching at home. He just put a post up a moment ago. Thank you for watching. Pete Green is sitting in a hospital bed right now watching us live.
Really?
I don't know how, why, or any of the other details on it, but that is cool. And then our man Ryan Hale, who always tunes into all these things. He a little late to the party, didn't realize we were going live, but he's got it turned in now. And it's probably going to be a rough night for Ryan because his kids do not like to go to bed when we're live. All right. If anybody wants to just shoot me a quick note, let me know how this sounds with a track announcer here right next to us, kind of blowing us out a little bit. But we'll try and modulate that gain so you guys can hear us. And also, if we get a little bit of the track announcer bleed over, we get a little track announcer bleed over. That's the guy that works on a weekly basis over at the Thunder Mountain Speedway, which Bo Lockwood owns and operates now in Brookville. So apparently that phrase that he just said, he just told everybody squeezing a little tighter. That's common fare for every county fair demolition derby. You hear it no matter where you go.
That's common speak for we sold more tickets than we have seats.
Yeah. Fire marshal, pay no attention.
Yes. Love your neighbor.
Donnie, man, can you hear me okay with that now? Good deal.
There
All right, awesome.
are people. I would say almost 360 degrees around this track, standing up. Kind of reminds me of Hartford. You know how everybody stands down on the lower side through the fence? It's kind of the same aspect. I mean, there's people standing everywhere. Every seat's full.
Just clarifying something real quick for Alan McNeil and Team Nasty Dogs. Alan was not in the car on Tuesday over there at the Chautauqua County Fairgrounds. It was Matt Stebbins and Jim Schrader that was out there. He's going to be sitting out this year, but you know, we love Alan. Got some health struggles a little bit, but you know, it's nothing he's not going to bounce back from. That's awesome to catch up with him.
There you go. All right, we're going to check our NASCAR fans in the stands. Tony Stewart, anything Tony Stewart?
Tell them guys in tech are really working. It's like feast or famine. They had a couple cars trickle in, and then everybody showed up at once. This is certainly not. This late start time is not a reflection of Bo Lockwood or his inspection team or tech team. It's everybody just showed up at the same time.
That's everybody's trying to play their angles and get in at the last possible minute.
Well, if you're Kyle Kirk Busch fan, forget it, because I'm never going to play that game. All right, since we did Penn State, Pitt Panthers. Anything with a Pittsburgh Panther on it, the Pitt Panthers. Down here, get your umbrella. We're not that far from Pittsburgh. I know our football team hasn't been that good lately, but no Pitt Panther stuff. Oh, make it hard. Wait, we got one. Saying Dale Earnhardt Jr. is like saying anybody with camo, you're going to get a lot of them. There goes Pitt Panthers.
Josh Buell watching at home. Ryan Hale's daughter is ecstatic. So got some housekeeping that we had to take care of there real quick, but we're back with you now. So I was hoping that Bo would come up here and shed a little light on how they plan on doing the team format now with all this discussion about what they're going to do. A couple of these guys showing up down a truck or down in that Extreme League Cars case, down 2 trucks here by himself. If they were going to talk those guys into kind of grouping up so that they'll have a 3-man team and not so much to do anything to affect car count, but just to make the heats a little bit better.
Yeah, to make them even anyway. You know, if you're, I don't know. Look at Blizzard Blast last year, 4-on-2. It didn't turn out the way I thought it was going to be. You know, at the beginning of that. So, I guess you wouldn't ever want to count anybody out, but
you go out there 3-on-1.
Yeah,
the odds are not stacking.
No.
Can you imagine if Blue and Orange was paired against Extreme Lee?
Just the aspect of talking about getting a walk to the feature too. I mean, now they're going to the feature with 3 straight trucks.
Yeah, they would presumably be straight.
No, I don't think it'll matter what heat they draw. They're probably going to be straight going to the feature anyway. I tell you, there's some seriously built metal.
Anybody know who it is, where it is?
Wait, can somebody turn that speaker and move it down a little bit more?
Watford, you got it. The longest continuous lane golf course in the United States.
There's some confusion here on whether we are or are not talking to the grandstands, and make no mistake, we are not.
I think it's your friendly face. Everybody wants to talk to you and ask you questions.
Everybody wants to talk to me. I do not know. I am proud to say I have no idea. Looks like the 007 truck has gotten through. Joey Pernice here in the pits, sporting the 007 as well. He's got his Superstocks car from back at the Superstock show in Brookville back at the beginning of the year. He's got that thing all band-aided back together. He's out for another run. A lot of pre-run equipment, but there's a couple of fresh cars. We talked about that four-door Cadillac that Josh Kewins has brought, and also we see the the shocker that we talked about going up on the trailer, the tilt bed is now back down, and the shocker off it again, so maybe he had a little bit of work to do on that rear end before that thing was okayed. Also, David Day bringing a 70. I believe David Day's got a 72 Caprice over there. Right? Oh, it was a 72 Caprice, right? 72 Caprice for David Day. That was one that he had out a little bit earlier, and he says he's got a brand new power plant in that, and it will roast the tires as long as he's willing to keep his foot in the throttle. So plenty of horsepower. He's going to be trying to hook up. What do you think about some of these super stock guys running a little bit of a harder tire combination, you know, trying to ensure that they don't endure any flat tires, but instead that could have some adverse effects with as hard as this track is. They might not be able to get grip.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be an issue. Some of the skids that I'm seeing these guys on here are pretty wore down from other shows, and that might play in later on. I don't think you're going to have a problem with that. David Day looked like he had some pretty good some diggers on the back. I spoke about it a little bit earlier. I know he was having carb problems with that 4412 that's on there, and hopefully that won't plague him later on. He has not been under the hood now, probably good for a good 45 minutes to an hour, so hopefully he's got that worked out. And I know he was looking for some parts, and hopefully he's going to be good to go.
You know, you talked about those tires that are worn down. As hard as this track is, when we were walking it earlier, putting that little bit of water on the top didn't really soften it up any. It put a glaze on it, but that's still really, really hard underneath. Would you rather go with a snow tire combination, maybe, or a little bit softer tire combination versus the hard bar diggers or the skid steer tires?
Me personally, I think like something with some lugs onto it, because the clay is going to get stick inside if you got some tight lug tires on there. I would like to run like a 715, like like a curb kicker style or an SCA style. I think that's going to be a good package on this track. But who knows what it's going to do? I've never seen this track personally. And sometimes what's underneath what you see isn't always what you see,
It's funny. A lot of times you see some of these things play out, and it's monkey see, monkey do.
Yes, that's true.
Josh Decker tuning in at home. Thanks for watching, Josh. Kurt Jones watching at home. Elected to stay at the house. Michael Sarvey missed. He got pneumonia. He just got out of the ER. Otherwise, he'd be here in person. He's watching online. Boy, not a good night for hospital stays, man. I mean, at least you got something to do while you're waiting in the emergency room, right? You pull this thing up and watch it. It looks like we're about.
Most hospital ERs do have AC, though.
Yes, they do. We needed it through most of today, but man, once that shower came through, it started to seem like it was going to get wicked humid. But that humidity's chased out of here. Sun beginning to set, cooling right off, and shaping up to be a real nice night.
Yes.
Another entry leaving inspection. It looks like it's the 813 over there on the back stretch, working his way through tech. The 769 also leaving the tech bay. Like you said, man, it's feast or famine. There's either a ton of people in that line or there's nobody in line.
That's right, but you're over there. You got to be here. You got to go. What's that? All righty, dear. Well, thank you. I tell you what, here's a gratitude. I'll give you a Farmers National bag just for being here.
And the 528 has passed inspection, is now moving through the pits and on his way back to the pit stall. And that is not one of the Sipper team vehicles, I don't believe. Yep, there it is a full-size truck. Did you see a couple of Silverados in the pits?
Yes, there's I don't know how they're going to keep them apart. Obviously, you're going to know who your own teammate is, but there's probably 3 teams that are blue and black, or blue and something.
Right. So team trucks, main event. We're going to have qualifying heats, consolation round, and a feature for the team trucks. And then on top of that, that is a Wreckless Warriors points-paying format with the feature and heats awarding Wreckless Warriors Tour points. And then on top of that, we've got the Super Stocks, which will be doing a one and done. And you see the tires here just to the left of your screen. They push those in a lot. If you pan a little bit to the left, you'll see the Jersey barrier that's perpendicular to the other Jersey barriers. You see way over there. That's where those tires were. They were going to give 6 trucks, 3-on-3, if they run that format, that room from that perpendicular barrier all the way down to the other set of perpendicular barriers. And it is a long runway.
That's a big track for a lot of cars. For 6 cars, that's insane.
This track used to be significantly more narrow. As you look across the track, you can see the part. Donnie, just leave it right there. And this is actually, the shadow is letting us get a good look at it. You see the part of the track that has more of a shine to it in the foreground. That's where they do the pulling trucks. So they got that weighted sled going across, just basically being like a planer, smoothing that track out, smoothing it out as they go pass after pass, packing it in real tight. It's the top of that. You see it transition where it looks a little bit looser. That's where it's going to be soft. And we saw Mike DeFreesia and a couple of his crews guys out there spending a lot of time looking at all the corners of that and seeing how loose it actually is. One of the crew guys said, that is hard. You have nothing to worry about. But in the top corner, there was a hole. This is one of the first times they've had the chance to run on the whole track. It was where it was transitioning last year, was where one of the Mad Mike cars got hung up. So now they've opened that whole side up. So Mike, very leery of what you've got to look at, or excuse me, what you got to work with on the top half of the track. It's almost a guarantee, in my opinion, that somebody's going to get stuck in some of that loose stuff on that part of the track.
I think so, because I think the barriers were there when they hardened the track up. So probably they didn't get within a foot or two of that barrier. I think they probably didn't get it packed in as well as they would have liked. Also, right next to where we are, you got the berm, but they have a drainage ditch, and that could come into play if somebody gets a flat or they're starting to belly. If they get pushed down into that dip, they might have difficulty getting pulled back out.
There was some debate in Mad Mike's pit on the other Mad Mike car on whether or not they were going to change the rear tire. They had noticed that it had a significant half-circle scratch all the way around the outside of the tire. It wrapped right around it, and it went all the way down to the cords on a skid steer tire. So it was a pretty significant dig, and they were debating back and forth on whether they were or weren't going to flatten that, or change that tire out. And then Corey Roman coming off the trailer, he flattened the tire as well.
Yes, backing off the trailer, he caught the corner of the trailer and flattened his passenger side front. So, like I said, hopefully that luck don't follow through the rest of the day when you're having trouble just unloading.
Orange t-shirts from the Mad Mike's to our demo shop.
Giving away some Mad Mike t-shirts out to the fans. That's pretty cool.
Anyone got a valid hunting license in their wallet? By the way, Brother Stowe license going Monday.
Another guy working his way back through the pits. Still haven't seen the rundown on who's who. Kind of trying to go by memory. We talked about Joey Pernice, Ron McClung, and Rick Clark. They are in attendance. Maybe now's not a bad time. Maybe now's not a bad time to reiterate some of what's going on. You can hear some of the bleed over from. They have a track announcer here. The fair is adamant that they have music play during the intermissions, during the breaks and stuff like that. So as a result, we can't run the risk of getting kicked off of our stream. So there may be situations where we go completely radio silent. You'll still have your picture, but you're not going to have any audio because they're playing music in the arena. And at risk of losing the stream completely, we are going to probably be muting the phone, the microphone lines. It's what we got to work with. We've tried to work out a negotiation, trying to work out a couple different situations and scenarios that would be mutually acceptable for everybody playing at a lower decibel level. We'll pull the gain down on our mic, so we won't run the risk of as much bleed over. But seeing as how we towed that line a little too closely last week with, of all things, the national anthem last week at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds, we are going to err on the side of caution. So there will be some instances where you have radio silence and you won't be hearing anything.
Look, I said star, not cat. It has to be a tattoo with a star. Oh, I'm sorry, you do have one there. Well, I didn't see that. Sorry, I was looking at something else. Here you go. Hold on, you're good.
So
Ooh, my wife's sitting behind me. I feel a whole
Midway was pretty interesting today. Had a good time with the Midway.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can. You hear me okay?
Yep, I hear you fine.
I'm allergic to chicken and turkey. I go to the anaphylactic shock. For 20 years since then, she's been trying to feed me chicken and turkey.
We met a very kind lady at one of the food booths who also has gluten intolerance issues and assured me that I was going to be able to find something to eat today. We got in here, like you said, we got in here way earlier than we thought we were going to. I figured it was going to be a much longer drive.
Has a dog in it. We need it moved. It's too close to something. JN557743. I don't know what it's too close to.
Yeah, it throws you with a team format. It throws you off a little bit because a lot of guys got they're not in their normal attire as far as their normal colors, their normal graphics, their normal roof signs. So
one of the only times I think I've ever seen Corey Roman in a car that wasn't black and gold.
yeah, that's it.
Showers again, just coming back for the second, possibly even third time now from the tech inspection. And there's a rule on the Wreckless Warriors Tour. If you have to go through 3 times, you lose points. You are docked points.
Yes.
For tech inspection. So right now, Tim Showers flirting with losing some points here. As he unhooks the wires and prepares to make final assessments and changes to the car. We see the grinder now in full effect on the 007, the team car, to Tim Showers 880. As we see David Day and Rick Clark and Ron McClung working their way along the front edge of the track, just about to come into view. We'll have Donnie jump in on top of that. They're just a little bit to the left of Don. There they are. Black shirt, black hat. Next group of people over. There they are. In the gray shirt, there's David Day. They're making their plans and taking a look at the track. And the black is Rick Clark, and then Ron McClung, who's got that stock, making the Oldsmobile look overbuilt stock. Red 1990, I believe it was a 97 Crown Vic.
Yeah, it was.
It was the bubble style with the extra vent window in the back.
Yes.
And they parked way on the other side. I mean, they're a long ways away from pit entrance, but you weren't exactly in a situation to pick your parking spot at the time when they finally did get into town. I mean, there was a ton of people already staged and stationed in the pits, and the parking area was full too.
I joked there a few weeks ago. I said the first guy that contacts me with a cable shifter for a W body got my money. Well, Rick Clark came through and showed up today with a cable shifter for a W body. So it's in the back of your van right now.
I also saw the heaviest tires that I've ever seen that are destined for a compact.
Yeah, I picked up. David Day was nice enough to deliver some wheels for me here for another guy, and we got them loaded up in the back of the van too. And we'll probably have to stop on the way home and put a little more air in the tires. She's squatting a little bit.
They're heavy.
They're heavy. They're ready to go.
I don't think we'll have any trouble if we get in a jam and we can't get out. We'll just strap those to the hood of the van. That'll give us the extra grip on the front to claw our way out of there. So you're telling me that I got 18-inch rims waiting for me when I get back to New York, huh?
Yeah, I think so. The wife had a van. She sold the vans going down the road to sale, so she got a little bit of bling, and they're not doing me any good. So they look awful nice in their van.
And for a caravan?
But yeah, for the same thing, 5-on-5 caravan wheels, the high offset, just like what you have.
What do they look like? I'm interested.
They definitely are aftermarket rims, but they are not to the point where they look ridiculous. So they look like they fit almost a 5-star, Opar old school, like a retro tile rim. They're not tacky. They're classy.
We'll have to talk about that on the ride home too.
There you go.
There's still standing room. Is the alert that just went out? There's still standing room in the event you're trying to get in.
Yeah, they've resulted to the point now that people are putting down blankets in front of the stands and sitting in the gravel, almost like a picnic style. I tell you what, they are packing the people in here. Attendance not an issue.
Again, the scheduled advertised start time was 7 o'clock. The plan was to roll off with a first heat at 7:30, and now we see the drivers congregating there along the wall. That is the drivers' meeting as it's taking place. We got a couple green shirts down there with teams from in the pits. We don't see any of the Wreckless Warriors Tour officials.
They're walking up now. They're on the backside of that.
And here they come. Yep, here they come. Thought someone was shouting this. JC Molly's. Their race was rained out. So, sure enough, JC Molly's able to take in the Derby down in Florida. Good to hear from him.
Yeah, I just became Facebook friends with him, I don't know, a few months back after watching him down there at the Brookville show. And he definitely has some interesting posts. I enjoy him.
Member FDIC. Is that the KR? Darn, no.
Kind of seems like this guy likes the sound of his own voice.
That's all of our electronic gear. I knew that just being smart aleck. Keystone Tractor. The sponsor was sponsored by Headers Farm.
Hey, the Psycho car looked pretty good too, and that's a fresh car coming back. And his car from last week, I'm not sure what took him out, but it didn't look hurt. And he elected to bring back a fresh car for tonight.
So Rich Ridinger's here?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't catch him come in.
He's didn't come into the pit side here. He's parked on the far side up where Fox parked.
727 of Chance Smith's here as well, the 2014 Stock Division winner at the Keystone Nationals over at the Jefferson County Fairgrounds. That guy, in his first derby, his first adult derby, 16 years old, won the Keystone National Stock Division in 2014. Came back and they were on him pretty bad. That's the same car that he had at the Keystone Nationals here just a couple weeks back. And so we see him back again with that same car. That I believe we determined that was a Mopar. I think. Now I can't remember.
Which one's that?
727, the BAMF car.
Yes, that was a shocker. Nope, that car's back. I think like I said, I see about 5 shockers here, so they're well represented.
Clarion self-storage for all your storage needs, large or small, 24-hour access, and easy turn. Visit us at ClarionSelfStorage.com for more details. Creative custom cabinetry, we custom cabinets, countertops, we shop home fixed cabinetry, rubber flooring, moldings, computer design, and installation.
There it is. Jake, why don't you take and post that picture right up on the link if you can. Post it. Go to the Crash Course page and just post that as a comment. Then everybody can see that car. Also, if you guys aren't yet members of the Northeast Demolition Derby page, make sure you get on their line and check that out. Jake's been posting pictures of pretty much every car that's here. We are fortunate enough to now have in our hand the lineup sheets.
Awesome.
So we'll go through a little bit of who's who. Do you still have the car keys?
I do.
East Palestine, Ohio.
I didn't want you to leave me.
I know. I wouldn't do that.
Open 6 days a week with an experienced parts and sales, parts service department.
Yeah, it's in the glove box on the passenger side.
Enterprises, Hogan Parts.
There's 2 glove boxes, upper and a lower. I think it's in the upper. Thank you.
Wire.
So Joey Pernice, he was the first car through in the 007. William Rankin is in the number 5. That's that Oldsmobile that we were talking about. The 2R, Mike DeFriesche, David Day, and the number 217. Anthony Alexander is going to be in the 21. Joe Shimko and Joe Shimko Jr. in the 119 and the 119 Junior. We talked about the Psycho car.
Those are both the 119, 119 Junior, that both also shocker Mopars.
One of them is pre-run. The other one
Yes.
is clean. Real good cars. Anarchy car, Dean Clark is here, Rich Ridinger. is here in the cycle car. The 454 is Ron McClung. Godspeed with you, Ron. You got a stock entry out there for what the super stocks are allowed. He's underbuilt, but we'll keep an eye on how he can make out. Chance Smith, we talked about him in the 727. Rick Clark's in the 108. 17 is Ted Kiskadden. Drew Hawk, the Extractor. Drew Hawk in the number 1. That is the pre-run 75 Caprice that we saw come in. Josh Kewins and the number 11, David Chapman, rounding out the field in the number 43. So now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams.
Oh, perfect.
So
perfect.
Don't have to worry about it. It looks like everybody is pretty well full. Team Extreme is Brent Lee. He has paired up with the PJ and the PJ2 of Mike Hopper and Sean Connor. Wasted Wages.
Yes.
Is in the 11X.
Perfect team name.
Yes, they are one of the blue and black teams. John Sickle and Josh Anthony, the J5 and the 11X. Team H&H. Charles Chastain is in the 528. We saw him come through inspection just a moment ago. He's got the forward-facing roof sign in the number 528. The 269 of Zach Garrett and the 340 of Adam McMichael also on Team NH. Team Nut or Nux?
Nux.
Team Nux. We talked about these guys. Andy Bort in the 76,
Yes.
Ken Kiskadden in the 27. Wearing the orange and blue colors, 834. Joining them is Corey Roman. Corey Roman's car has been well traveled.
Yes.
It's a pre-run truck. At one point, I believe this is a truck that belonged to Josh Decker that came up
yes.
from the Carolinas.
Yes, that's it. I believe it originally came up from Matt and made its way to Decker at the banquet, and then was it the Superstock show? It made its way back down to Brookville to Mr. Roman. So,
and then Team Leftovers is on the track, which I don't know if that entirely fits because they're all fresh Suburbans. Rich Sipra in the 505, Jesse Sipra in the 326, and the 013X of Sean Bungard also joining Team Leftovers. Team No Name, Andrew Arnold in the 36. The 007 is David Daub, and Tim Showers is in the 880. Mopar Mayhem, pretty much our favorite team. I think we all agree. Seth Hammond in the 116. Luke Edmonds, we've seen him run a couple times now with the Wreckless Warriors Tour in the 2165B. Brandon Bowser. Wasted Time is going to round out your team truck format. 813 of Jim Neugebauer. The 625 of Keith Forrester. And 511 of Mike Forrester. The Neugebauer car, I believe we saw him run earlier this year as well in Wreckless Warriors Division action. As we await final word for what these pairings are going to be. It's one of the reasons why we had to send Andy Lee out to go for a pen, because I left it in the truck. So we're going to make a note of what the bracket looks like. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So only one team at this point. One team coming in with only 2 trucks. The other team program, there's other team entries, all full. So only one truck down. So that's it's good news for our brackets for sure.
Yes.
And it's going to be just as simple as this. If you don't qualify through your heat, you have to go to the consi. There's no second round. There's no second bracket. None of that stuff. This is just a straight up bracket. You win, you move on. And if you don't, go to the consi and you hope to make it through. Okay. We'll have room here. If somebody wants to move, if you guys want to come over here, you guys are welcome to come and sit here so you can see. You want to do that? Why can't you see if you sit here? If you put John there and you here, will you be able to? I mean, where do you want me to move? Have him move over, see? Move over. Just move over, see? Just move over closer. Move over closer to this camera right here. I don't want you to sit on the floor or on the ground. I don't. Do you want to take that one and set it up on the table right here? Set it on the table here. Set mash that. But if this is on the table here and he's back here, he's not in the way. Do you want him to move further down the table now? Still got that camera. We'll go ahead and do the treating. We got to come up on that side. This side? Yeah, that side. Just pull that up just a touch.
Alrighty, folks. Joseph, I believe it's Coraza. You need to reach in your back pocket. What's missing is the fair office. Last name C-A-O-Z-Z or C-A-R-O-Z-Z-A. Joseph Paul. Reach in your back pocket. I think you'll know what I mean. They have it at the fair office.
Hang tight. Let everybody know what's going on.
We're just doing some last minute adjustment, fixing some cameras around to accommodate some more people coming in. So stick with us. The drivers' meeting is still going on. A little bit of discussion. I see people are peeling away from it every few minutes. You see a couple more people, so I don't know if they're drawing heats, but you see people starting to peel away and head to their vehicles. So it shouldn't be long now.
How much?
Shows from the neck up, where the base, the black top, come up.
Here's Hiley and Fister coming out. They're flagmen getting ready to get their position. So I think we are getting close.
At last. At last. So what we'll do is I'll slide over, and then you can slide over. So we'll square this up. That's wet.
That
So
sounds
we'll do that, and let's see how we look here. All right. Give me a thumbs up on how that looks when I'm done with it.
Good evening, ladies and
Again, we're just trying to do a few last minute adjustments. They're trying to fit in a pretty big crowd here, so we're just trying to tighten things up a little bit and move.
please rise for the singing of our national anthem. If you're moving around the fairgrounds, please hold still. Gentlemen, please remove your ball caps. here to do the honors of the national anthem, New Buffalo's very own Nellie Marshall.
So officially ready to get everything underway here at the Clarion County Fair. National Anthem festivities done and wrapped up.
All right, folks, first of all, demolition derby done. The louder you get as a crowd, the more fired up the drivers get. The more fired up the drivers.
Charlie Williams wants to know a little bit more information about that cable shifter. Rick Clark up in Canada was the guy, R&R Derby parts, was the guy that made that.
Yes, he made the cable shifter for me, specifically for Illumina, or a W body car, I should say. And what's nice about it is I keep telling myself I'll never get into a full size again, or forcing myself to that. It came with the brackets just in case. So if I ever want to get back into a full size, it came with the brackets for the 350-400, and he delivered it down here. And I tell you what, it looks great. I can't wait to use it.
Yeah, you were saying that it looked pretty good.
Yeah, can't wait to use it. I think that'll be seeing the Kings of Old School Team Show. I think it's going to be my first opportunity to use it. Had a little bit of time to talk with Tech earlier and asked him if there was any more of a concern or problem teching the trucks, because I've been around derbying, I guess, for a few years, and I could tell you every nook and cranny, for example, of a GM frame or a shocker, but when it comes to trucks, I couldn't tell you what bracket was here or what bracket was there on a 70s Ford or whatever the case being. And if that poses an extra problem for Tech, and it didn't seem to. It seemed like they're just looking for the obvious stuff, such as you could look at a bracket and tell whether it's factory or where it's been welded and grinded and that type of thing. So they were able to push them, I think, just as fast as they would with the cars.
When we start each event, I'm going to count them down from 5. You scream with me, and when we hit 1, the wrecking starts.
So we've got a couple trucks moving through the pits now. Here we see the 769 truck of...
the black and blue trucks that are pulling out now are well built also.
This is Team H&H. Charles Chastain, the 52S, is due out, along with Zach Garrett and Adam McMichael. There's a good look at Garrett's entry. And coming in on the other end is the number 116, Seth Hammond. Luke Edmonds also coming in with him, and the 65B of Brandon Bauer.
So it looks like a couple Chevys, a Ford, and some Dodges.
Mopar Mayhem at this point is short a truck. The 65B has not been able to answer the call at this point. So one more time, we'll take you through officially the Demo Derby Masters starting lineup. We've got the 528 of Charles Chastain, the Z69 of Zach Garrett, and the 340 of Adam McMichael in the black and blue colors. The red and yellow trimmed black entries is Mopar Mayhem on the track, able to answer the bell. Looks like the 65B of Brandon Bauer and the 116 of Seth Hammond, Luke Edmonds. And we see Luke now moving through pits as well. Looks like we are all set to go. Officials around the perimeter have the flags in the air, ready to kick this one off. You hear the countdown in the background. Team trucks on deck. They all lined up, noses out. Green flag flies. First one to make contact is the 528. 528 Charles Chastain. We've got them paired off now. Everybody taking a look at one. And already problems on for the number 16. Problems for the 116 already. Seth Hammond. He may have spit a... What is hanging out from underneath that truck? Is it the, okay, it might just be the
That's Ross. He is hung up on the tire. He needs a team member to look at him. Nobody's even looking at him on this team. Here he's off now.
Great shot as you see the 528. Puts him right over the blocks now. And he's about to return the favor. Looks like we've got two trucks down. Problems for the 340 and the 65B. Brings it back to a 2-on-2 battle. Could be some steering issues developing for the Z69. We see the 340 has been able to refire. He'll be entering the screen here in just 1 second. We are back to, oh no. Problems are developing now as the frame rails right at the cab and the back of the bed have bent nasty shapes for the 116 of Seth Hammond. He is in dire straits. The 65B of Brandon
lost
Bauer.
the drive shaft up there on the top side. That new Dodge has lost the drive shaft. He is all done.
So at one point it looked like it was shaping up to be 3-on-1. Now problems developing for the 340 again with Team H&H Adam McMichael. He's able to refire. We're back to 3-on-1 as the 65 of Brandon Bauer tries to put a hard shot on the 528. Does so. And he's able to refire. Still 3-on-1.
There we go. We got a second Mopar.
21 of Luke Edmonds able to get himself free. Luke Edmonds is now free, going toe-to-toe with the 528 of Chastain. 65B working feverishly in the cab, just off camera. The 65B able to now get it refired. And he's going to take a shot. Look at that. Hard blow on the right rear corner. Boy, the back end on that 21 isn't moving at all, Jake. .528 implementing the hold now.
The new style Mopar coming around the far side down here on the bottom has got no steering.
Oh,
He is
that just-
taking a beating.
340 is a pretty tough truck, but he's having a real issue keeping it running. And then the steering issue is not doing any help now for Mopar Mayhem as a 65B all by himself. You see that front wheel just flopping around loose on the left front corner. Still has plenty of drive, but absolutely no steering response on the left front corner. A lot of smoke now pouring in. He's getting burned inside the cab right now. He needs help, it seems.
Yeah, it's deep smoke in the
there's-
cab. That might be a tranny line issue.
He's trying to get, I don't know if he's trying to get out or he's certainly trying very hard to get away from something.
Yeah, the 528 of the Charles Chastain is still looking very solid.
Yeah, there's a lot of fluid pouring out from underneath that number 65B of Bowers. Boy, that truck just got shortened, didn't it?
He's looking to refire. And the 65 breaks his stick.
That is it. We are down to 3 trucks. Advancing will be
With the 116 with broken steering and getting held in there, I think I don't think he's going to be able to get back out.
So at this point, the advancing trucks, we're taking the last 3 trucks running, not necessarily the final, rather winning team, as it were. Red flag still out over the track. As it appears we're all finished with this heat. Official word has gone out. The 340 going to qualify. Adam McMichael in the show. Direct, back end of that truck not looking too bad at all, along with a 528 of Charles Chastain. And then we've also got the 21 truck of Luke Edmonds, no steering, but still able to get a qualifying spot.
Team H&H will advance. Let's give everybody a round of applause. And I heard the 116, that was his father-in-law's truck. He borrowed it for the evening. Yeah.
Is it team advancing?
No! Team advances, it's not trucks. So they have to
Yep.
blast off the other team.
All right, so we do have a correction on that. We are advancing only the winning team. So that would mean that Team H&H moves on.
And from the Team H&H, that Z69 truck is still solid, just had a steering issue. So I'm sure that's something they'll be able to get fixed for the future.
They're going to have to get that fixed in order for him to come back and run in the Consti. Quick break for some music to be played in the arena. We'll be right back with you. Looks like they're all done. Looks like we're all done playing music here in the arena, so we'll get back to it. Can you hear me okay?
In and out.
In and out, huh?
Good now.
Huh? You're good?
Good.
All right, good deal. Okay, so we've got everything set to go. So here we go. Ready to bring out qualifying heat number 2. Anxious to see how this one's going to play out. I'm having a pretty good time here with qualifying heat number 1. The winning team advancing, much the way most of the other team derby formats that we've seen do play out. Try and make you a little bit of room. What'd you think of heat number 1?
I like that. I tell you what, the second-gen Mopar trucks did not seem to hold up well to that abuse that they got. I can't tell you, pulling out the H&H team, where you could look like they were more on the same page. The Team Mopar were looking basically straight ahead. These guys were already giving themselves, Team H&H were already giving themselves hand signals before the green flag was even dropped. So I think they have more of a game plan.
So let's take it real quick. We'll go through the starting lineup presented by Demo Derby Masters. Ready to roll off. And this one is, we talked about this being a potential reality, and here it is.
This is going to be the one to watch right here. This is the heat.
Team Nux going head-to-head with Wasted Wages. Wasted Wages, you see the blue and black? They are the trucks that were flying down one entry. So they've only got 2 trucks compared to the group of 3 that they're going up against. The 11X coming into your living room a moment ago was John Stickle, and then Josh Anthony is in the J5. That is the black and blue colors. And then in the Nux cars, the orange and blue colors, as you see, waiting in the wings. 27 is Ken Kiskaden. Andy Bort is in the number 76, and Corey Roman in the number 834.
They've elected to separate here, which is probably not a bad idea. Don't let them pin them all right from the beginning. Wow, talk about bad karma, not only being a truck down, but then to draw this team at the same time. But you never know. You never know. Just a side note, I spoke about it earlier. Corey Roman has still got that flat front tire. I don't know if it's going to play into effect here, but he come out with a flat tire.
He's not even worried about it.
I don't think he.
Countdown underway, ready to go with qualifying heat number 2. Again, it's Team Nux taking on Team Wasted Wages. Wasted Wages, cautious coming off the line as we see the number 27 of Kiskaden, the first one to leave. And look at this. Do you think they have a team plan or what? Going right after. Corey Roman has been assigned the 11X, Andy Bort in the number 76. And the J5, his focus is the front bumper just broken right off. J5 is about to get a ton of heat.
Here comes Corey Roman. Oh,
Corey Roman, good shot right there. And problems already starting as we see steam coming out from under the hood of the 11X. Steering laid right over now, and Corey Roman is stuck on the number 834. So he'll be calling for his teammate here. Here comes the 27 of Kiskaden, trying to help break his teammate loose.
That pointy bumper took right over his tire. He's going to have trouble getting out of there. Red flag, they're going to pull the bumper off the track and probably try to sort out this mess there on the
Just
low
a
side.
quick stoppage to get a bumper off the track. As you said, Jake, we see right here, that pointed bumper, that beak out in front of Corey Roman's 834 hops right over the left front tire on the 11X machine of John Stickle.
I think that is beyond, that pointing is beyond his steering box. I mean, he is deep into that fender.
He was hoping that the 27 of Kiskaden could come and knock him free. He's going to need to be hit by his teammate in order to get off. That should be it.
That is it.
That should be it right there. Done and over with.
He
The 11 is done.
Waved him off.
And the J5 waving off. That should do it. So the shot clock not expiring on the number 11X, and that allows him to come off of the out of bounds line, if you will. Now wedged in nose to nose with the number 834 of Corey Roman. Cascadden jumps it back in right up in the air. Cascadden throw it in park and wait it out.
And the 76 is held up trying to wave over the 27 car to get him pushed off. I gotta tell you, the fans would surely like to see the show, but you almost have to think about the 11X going to be 3-on-1 here shortly. He might be better off pulling and coming back for the Conti.
See the side of Team Wasted Wages. Under fight, and now good teamwork right there.
This is going to get nasty in a hurry.
That shot ripped the steering wheel right out of John Sakari's hands. And now they got him again. Here comes the team caravan is about to start up. Bort spinning his truck around Corey Roman doing likewise. Both of them grabbing their R gear, going backwards. Oh, and unfortunately, Cascadden pulled in front of him right up in the air. What a shot. Bort almost clearing the bumper on the number 11X to get to the radiator. Almost got there. One more shot is probably going to do it, and those horns are going to start bending down bad. Right side bedside bed panel torn right off of the number 76.
You got to give the 11X credit. He is using the 76 car to block the other two drivers. He's doing a great job for being 3-on-1. Fortunately, I think his luck is just going to run out.
Axle shot by Cascadden. Bort backing up and holding him in on the backside. It appears that the 834 might be stuck. There goes the stick. Oh, what a shot that was.
But as I was saying earlier, that 11X, I think it almost appears like he knocked the rear end right out of that or close to it. He might have been better off coming back for the Conti earlier. You got to applaud him for the effort, though, absolutely.
License plate HVA 6425, Red Honda Civic.
A little bit of discussion. The driver of the J5 truck not happy. Josh Anthony not happy with the door shot he received earlier. I'm not. I don't recall the shot.
I mean, obviously the
pushed
J5
in.
took one. Look at the door on the J5 as we come across.
I mean,
there's a good look at that door. It definitely was struck by something.
He is not. He's having a word with the officials.
Guys, we got to cut this off. Hang on.
Expo Center's Derby schedule in Topeka, Kansas has been expanded to 4 days this coming November. The event will include something for every fan. Action starts November. Action returns Friday, November the 13th with National Bracket and Team Bracket Round 2 for 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the vendors area right in the stars. Take the track at 6 o'clock with B features for both the team brackets, the stock one and dones for Old Iron. The Sunday rolls off at noon with modified compacts and Old Iron leading the charge. Then trucks, the 80s feature, and the qualifying bracket feature leading to crowning the national championship and the team finale. Near at Sliders, skiing, and Ultimate Derby. Don't forget, Ultimate Derby header to win event is set for that last weekend of April, right back at the Expo Center in Topeka, Kansas. For more information, visit www.blizzardbash.com or www.ultimatederby.com. As a Wreckless Warrior, Bo Lockwood Motorsports 2015 Demolition Derby schedule will now be combined into the Wreckless Warrior Tour, designed to give rewards and recognition to drivers that support Bo Lockwood Motorsports. To the Keystone Nationals, which has moved to the Westmoreland County Fairgrounds June 27th. The Jefferson County Fair Championships follows, with the limited roll cars back in the limelight as they chase a $3,000 payday in Brookville, with the Reckoning 2 following on August 1st at the Clarion County Fairgrounds in Clarion, Pennsylvania. The series finishes with the final encounter September 4th and 5th at the Stoneborough County Fair. In all, there is more than $75,000 in prize money available among the 6 shows and features some of the largest purses in the Keystone State. Drivers will earn points based on their feature appearances and heat and feature finishes, with bonuses awarded for passing inspection and getting a stick on the first try. The season will end with a points bank where Bo Lockwood Motorsports will crown the deadliest warrior. That driver will then have his selection of one of the 10 prizes from the Wreckless Warrior partners. For more details on the 2015 Wreckless Warriors Tour, visit their Facebook page or check out blmotorsports.net.
And we are back ready to go with qualifying heat number 3 of 4 for the full-size team trucks. One consolation event on deck after that. Qualifying teams will partake in a feature along with one of the consolation transfers. The Superstocks also on the card, about 15 of those coming up a little bit later on. And here we see the 215. It's the X Factor car, Extreme Lee Motorsports. Brent Lee is going to be running with the PJ of Mike Hopper and the PJ2 of Sean Connor.
Phone here, I got Eric Mears watching from home, and his son Andrew taking a break from their Hartford cars to watch us tonight. Thank you.
All right, once again, taking you through the Demo Derby Master starting lineup. Already on the track is the 215 of Brent Lee. The PJ2 is Sean Connor. And Mike Hopper coming out in the PJ. That's the black Dodge. While we were taking that quick commercial break, we saw the 11X truck, the Suburban, was able to drive off the track on his own, but a broken leaf pack on the left rear corner for him. We'll have to see if he can make those repairs. The 511 Wasted Time up next. We see them pulling onto the track. It's the 511 and the 625. Mike Forrester and Keith Forrester, joined by the 813 of Jim Neugenbauer.
I think we're looking at all Chevys here, both teams. I think we're looking at all Chevys here, both teams. They both appear build-wise pretty evenly matched. Should be a good heat.
Green flag flies over qualifying heat number 3. Quick off the line is that black Chevy. They're going to go nose to nose. What a shot that was. My goodness. They inverted the bumper on the 813. Wow, Brent Lee setting the tone for this qualifying heat as Team Extreme pairs off against Wasted Time. Problems for the 625 now. Looks like he's hung up on the blocks or possibly. I'm dying to see what the front of that 813 truck looks like after that shot. What a blow that was. Delivered by the Extreme Lee Racing 215, Brent Lee. His teammates staying very busy out there, making short work thus far. The 625 in trouble. Keith Forrester on the blocks as we speak. Here comes the Extreme Lee 215. Likewise, going after him. Great team effort. Look at the rear bar now in the back of the 511 has broken loose, vibrating in the bed. Here comes the PJ2 truck. They have reduced this field quickly.
If that 511 truck can't get down and unhook his team member, 625, he's going to be in some trouble.
625 all done. The 813 struggling with busted steering, stuck in his own way. The 511 is getting stacked up now in the corner. Everybody being told to back off. What? That's the fastest heat of the night right there. And matter of time now. The rear end up in the air on the 511 as he's hung on the blocks. Team Extreme advancing in extremely fast order. Team Extreme's looking around trying to find something else to hit. Matter of time at this point before the shot clock expires.
Now this is the team just put together.
That's it. Team Extreme setting a tone out of the blocks when Brent Lee collided with the 813 right in the middle of the track. And then from there, they put on a team driving clinic. What a run that was.
Yeah, certainly happy about that win.
Well, how can you not be? Convincing win, getting the 625 on the blocks while, excuse me, let's start that over with. Hopper and Connor in the PJ and the PJ2 focus on getting the 625 on the blocks when they saw that opening. Meanwhile, Brent Lee, what an opening shot he delivered on the 813 of Jim Nuggenbauer. And from there, he was shoved over here to where he has been left. There's a good look at the 813 right there. Broken front end on that thing. And
I'd like to get the opportunity to see the front of that because I tell you what, I bet that bumper's pointed right into the core. It was completely inverted because it had nowhere else to go. That thing got pushed hard.
It was it was Hopper and Connor who then came through and broke the right front corner off of that, and then it was 3-on-1 in the 511. He simply had nothing. He had no chance. They were on him, just swarming him, shoving him up in the corner, and you can see that 511 just spinning in loose in the head. It dug him a trench.
The Wadena Grand Slam returns to the 2015 schedule, booked for the 15th of August at the Wadena County Fairgrounds. Start time is 2 p.m. It's a 4-man full-size team derby along with a 2-man team compact derby. Maximum space for 32 small car teams. 80s Newark Chain Truck will pay $1,200 to win. The top 5 are bringing money home. The 80s Newark Chain division is back, paying $1,200 to win, and the top 5 are being paid. The Power Wheels are on the agenda as well, with 2 groups, age 4 to 6 and ages 7 to 9. Information and registration information is available on www.wecrash.proboard.com under the National Big Money Events.
Okay, so ready to get qualifying heat number 2 out here, or excuse me, qualifying heat number 4 out here in just a few minutes. We've still got a consolation round for the trucks, the Superstock feature, one and done, 15 cars on the track for that, and then we've also later on the wildest team we're going to see was
I think was formed here.
certainly stood on the throttle and paired off here on. It was just a clinic.
Uh, 511 or they went back.
Come on the track is Rich Sipra's team. Rich Sipra 26 and the 013X of Sean 6 of Andrew Arnold. David has been a beast every time I've seen him run.
Yeah. Look at all 6 Suburbans.
So once again, Demo Derby Masters starting lineup as the field takes shape. You see all the Suburbans. What a draw this has turned into. The 36 of Andrew Arnold is out here with Team No Name. Those are the white entries. The 007 is David Daub, and the 880, Tim Showers. Already staged. You see the blue colors of Team Leftovers, Rich Sipra, and the 505 joining Jesse Sipra in the 326 and the 013X of Sean Bungard. Number 4, sending our final pair. While with this one. Showers 880. We're right on the axle of Showers 880. Showers car is blowing apart now. Look, Bungard in the 013X.
He's working that throttle hard.
As well in the 326, so Showers comes backwards into him. The 326 up in the air, going for a pit maneuver, puts him way up on the blocks. He's able to power out of it, gets off those tires, stands in the throttle, tries to steer out of the Team No Name entry, still under power now. Flat right rear tire for the number 505 of Sipra.
I tell you what, you look at 505 Sipra, he's going old school with a half helmet. He is relaxed, 3-on-1 gritting ear to ear. And the 326 gets off.
Able to get free, and they shove Sipra right into Sipra. The 505 is shoved into the 326, and now sparks showing from underneath one of the entries. 36 of Arnold. He's stuck right now. He's able to get himself free. Removes himself from that flat tire. Stick broken down off of the 505. Looks like that's going to do it. No Name's advancing.
see him grinning ear to ear. 3-on-1, he was the one, and he was grinning ear to ear. Stuff going to the feature.
So that concludes the team of Charles Chastain, Zach Garrett, and Adam McMichael. Moving on to main now, Team Extreme. Also qualifying, which was Brent Lee, Pete, Mike, Andrew Arnold, David Dobb, and Tim.
Teams coming to the feature. I'd love to be out there in the pits and listen to some of the
To that from that consolation round, which is coming up right after. Coming up. Superstock's on next. We'll take you through the order one more time. At the Rankin is going to be in car number 5. Mike as well in the 217. He was working. Alexander's going to be the number 21. Joe 119. Psycho Rich in car. We've got Anarchy, Dane Clark coming out. Ron McClung. C is Rick Clark. We've also got Ted Kiskaden in the 17. 43 of Davey Chapman.
even though there's only going to be track out by about another 20, 30 feet. And that makes the fans happy.
I got to believe it.
Now, Shocker Mopars are lined up happen here in the heat, or I think of bad luck, it seems.
You saw Ridinger pulling in there. Ridinger in the Psycho car.
That's why I just...
Other side, he's the blue entry, the red, white, and blue entry at the top of the track. As
the 17 car, it looks like it's an early Impala two-door with a Mopar flat bumper.
That's Ted Kiskaden in the number 17. And 11, that's the Cadillac of Kewins. There's Mad Mike in the fresh car, pulling into the screen now.
Mad Mike looking for a good finish to push him up in the points. He's certainly a contender. And you see the Joe Shimko Jr. Shocker making his way around the backside of the track to line up over on this side.
And our final car making their way onto the track is the 119 Junior of Joe Shimko Jr. Parking lot style start for these guys. Going to bring them all, pack them right in tight to the middle. 16 cars on the track. Todd Siopa from watching down in, he just told me where, the Nassau in the Bahamas. We got Jack Clark watching at home as well. Smith is in that 727. You can see the yellow back bumper at the top car we talked about earlier, thinking it was a Mopar, and it's not. Turns out that's... So stock feature on track and underway. Here we go. Psycho has some problems. Got to get that car in gear, my man. Pretty stout shot by Ron McClung in the 454.
That is definitely a shocker. That is not an Impala.
Everybody looking to get a piece of William Rankin in that number 5.
I think that is a Pacer front bumper on the 454 Ford. A Pacer front bumper.
So watching closely now as we go through and keep track of what's going on here. Looks like we've already watching the Cuins number 11 now as he tries to dial the crosshairs in. Official word now. You saw both.
Yeah, we got a red flag on the track. Red flag.
So just a quick red flag to clear a bumper off the track. We'll be back underway here momentarily. Green flag. Green flag's in the air, ready to wave one more time. Green flag back out. Paying full feature points for the Wreckless Warrior Tour. Fired. Boy, the 17 of Kiskadden just buckling off the frame in the back. The 454 of McClung hit him at this juncture.
David Day in the
second behind him, as you see, David barrels into the number 27. Still only one car out at this point. 17 as he goes after David Dimko. Takes a shot from the 454.
Yeah, we have another red flag, and you called it earlier, and that was courtesy of the 217 David Day.
Smoke now pouring from the number 119 of Shimko as he takes a hard shot.
1-7, blowing radiator.
Problems developing for the number 17 as well of Kiskadden. Kiskadden just took a ride at the hands of the 119 of Shimko. McClung goes after the 119 junior. David Chapman having a nice, quiet, patient ride in the number 43. Here comes the number 21 of Anthony Alexander. Looks at Drew Hawk, doesn't hit him. Riding her now. He turns up the wick, tries to find somebody to hit, doesn't make any contact.
Josh Coon's paying a whole lot of attention to Mad Mike down on the far end.
Pernice trying to keep his car under fire. Gets it turned around. Kiskadden still limping around in that number 17. Getting close to the end, though. I'm sure that back end has taken a lot of damage. Really folded over. We see Rick Clark in the middle of that red, white, and blue car as Mad Mike drives right through the right front corner of the Anarchy car of Dane Clark. Psycho car has more problems coming to pass in the black and green colors as we see the nose beginning to go on the 454 of McClung. Drove right into the back of the number 43 of Davey Chapman. And now that car is buckling even more for the 454 of McClung. Back end going down on the Anarchy car. That'll help fix it. Good shot right there.
Again, the David Day and the Drew Hawk still battling it out. Them two have not left each other alone.
David Day just took a driver's door hit, a bad one from the number 11 of Cumans.
He is not happy about it.
Yeah. And Drew Hawk now, excuse me, it was Drew Hawk, I think, that might have got him in the door.
Yeah.
Hawk is going after David Day. Look at Pernice's car looking ugly in the back.
Again, Josh Coons focused right on Mad Mike. No matter where Mad Mike goes on the track, Coons is right behind him.
Look at the nose on Pernice's car as he goes after Josh Coons in the 11. Instead, he put the shot on the left rear corner of the Anarchy car of Dane Clark. Shimko Jr. does a donut, trying to get his hands on Mad Mike Afrisha.
David Day with a broken driver's axle.
Still have 14 cars in the running. See Dane Clark coming right in your living room, backfire and all. Motor on the Anarchy car sounds like he's getting a little hot. What a shot that was, man. In the back, here comes Shimko Jr. Really goes after that left rear corner of Dane Clark's Anarchy car. Looks like the 217 might have come too far over.
He's not only too far over, but his driver's side axle is broken. He's a one-wheel deal at this point. And the passenger front is locked up into the box, so I don't think he's going to be able to move.
Look at the front of Rick Clark's car in that 108. Man.
Again, Coons right on Mad Mike. Not giving him an inch. And another red flag.
Fire.
That's a fire on the 11 and Coons car.
So we got a red flag to check on the well-being of Joe Shimko in the 119. He was just knocked out in the car. He was hit by the 727, I believe, of Chance Smith. Put him unconscious at the wheel. They checked on him. He says he's okay. Another cause for the red flag stoppage is flame bellowing from under the hood of the number 111. It's down on the bottom half of the car. Underneath it, not sure if that is going to result in the end of his night or not. We were looking at the 119 possibly even being scored out already, where he took that shot, slumped over in the car. Flat left rear wheel on the 217 of David Day. One of the main problems for him is that broken axle right now.
You're back at it.
Another red flag as fire continues to bellow from underneath the hood of the 111. It's underneath. You can see the flickers. And that may very well be the end for very well maybe the end for Kewins in that number 11 with a second fire and as many red flags.
I got to tell you that Mad Mike's got to be a little relieved at that. He has been all over him this entire heat.
And that is it. Toby Hiley giving the thumbs out to the driver of the number 11. He's all done due to the fire. Giving him the opportunity to drive it back to the pits. 2 fires and you are done with the Wreckless Warriors Tour events promoted by Bo Lockwood Motorsports.
Tell you, we got a second here. Like talked about the 454 car. He definitely came in underbuilt for the rest of the cars, and he is standing nose of that right up. He was using it, and he actually went a lot deeper than I thought he was going to.
Number 11 officially all done.
That is all shocker. That's a shocker. Stupid, Mike Bumper. It's a subframe and leaf springs. That's a shocker.
Problems going from bad to worse on the 217. Shot clock about to expire for David Day. He's off to our left. As we see, most wanted Art Studios, 727.
727 car taking a big
Takes a
shot.
hard shot from the number 119, and he has stalled it. Chance Smith stalls in the 727. And back for more is the number 119 junior of Joe Shimko. Wow, what a blow that was. David Day, tough break. He is all done. Broken axle, the culprit on the 217. Spelled his undoing. Rick Clark getting a lot of attention. Here comes Mad Mike turning it up a little bit. Back to back. What a blow that was. Good shot. Stood the back end of that shocker in one fell swoop.
Well tailed. Red flag. Red flag. And it looks like we have a hurt driver. Who came with Mike?
Anthony Alexander.
Looks like the Alexander is injured in that car. He's certainly moving around like he is hurt. Hey.
Fire crews checking on the number 21 of Anthony Alexander. Officials having a quick conversation with him, still talking to Anthony Alexander aboard the number 21.
Looks like he's nodding his head yes now, but a few minutes ago he was leaned back in his seat shaking his head no. Chapman's looking good. The 119 Shimco Junior car still looking good. The Psycho car still looking good.
Drew Hawk's doing all right in that number 1, man. He's had a very aggressive feature. Quite a battle that he had with David Day. Day now out. Anthony Alexander going to be given the opportunity to continue. Look how far over that thing has come. That thing is just wasted in the back. Here we go, green flag back out. Superstock's on the track. Anthony Alexander looking for somebody to hit. Trying to see over the nose in the number 21. Red flag again for a fire in the Anarchy car.
Yeah, not on the far end there.
Boy, cautions breed cautions, man. We can't get away from them now. This time again, the stoppage for flames under the hood of the Anarchy car for Dane Clark. Looks like he's exiting the car. All done.
It looks like he's trying to get clarification whether he can get back in the car and run. The officials are saying if it'll turn over, get in it. Officials are telling him he gets one more fire.
Yep. 2 fires and you are done. That's the reason why Josh Kuhns was asked to leave the track. He had 2 fires in the number 11. 1 fire in the book so far for Dane Clark. He's got to keep the flames extinguished under the hood of the Anarchy car. Anthony Alexander decides to try his luck and puts a gentle touch on that Mopar. Good shot right there by Dane Clark in the Anarchy car, driving into the front end of the 007. Joey Pernice. Another good shot by the 119 Junior of Joe Shimkozu Jr. Going after that 2-door Mopar driven by Chance Smith.
As we talked about that close action.
Anarchy car looking rough right now.
The Psycho car putting a big shot on the front of the Anarchy car. Mad Mike putting a nice shot on Chapman. Anarchy car trying to refire. Got some black smoke.
It's still trying to go one more time. Unbelievable effort for Dane Clark, but I believe he's just about out. Look at the back end of Dane Clark's car. It's absolutely gone. Rick Clark still looking pretty good in the 108. Drew Hawk. Car looks just about the same for Drew in that number 1 as it did when he showed up here. Back end opened up a little bit more, but not a whole lot. Davey Chapman still running strong in the number 43. Getting bounced around bad is the 119 junior of Joe Shimko now. As Dane Clark focuses on, as Chance Smith focuses on the number 119 aboard his 727. Backing it up a long ways. You're about to see the black and green colors of the BAMF car. Puts a hard lick on Rick Clark. Rick quickly snaps that around to see who it was that delivered that shot. Mad Mike got up in the air a little bit there in his number 2R. Anthony Alexander has problems developing in the number 21. Lots of smoke, and he's not getting a whole lot of traction as that back end has come way over the top now. The back bumper area and trunk lid now almost touching the roof bar as he gets into some looser material and is able to drive through and make a qualifying hit on the number 119 with the assist going to the number 2R of Mad Mike DeFrisha. Joey Pernice has been opened up a ton as he takes another shot from Shimko Jr. in the 119 JR.
Drew Hawk is just sitting in the middle of the track getting pounded. I think he's just lost power in that GM motor.
Flat right rear tire on the 007 for Pernice. Rick Clark spins a donut, dials in on the 119. Puts a good lick on that right rear corner. Frame rail just about ripped off now on the 119 or 007 as we see the back end as he's pulling away. Got traction again and he's back on the move. Still 10 cars running.
Mad Mike putting a hard shot on 119 Junior Shimko car.
Back end looks like it bent just about perfect on the 119, the way that thing's rolled over. Pernice with a blow on the right rear of the 119 of Shimko. And Pernice has some problems. It looks like the rear end might have broken loose. Look at the rear end wiggle on the 007.
The only thing holding that is his hub chain. The control arms are completely broken off of that, and the rear end is spun.
Anthony Alexander putting out a lot of smoke on the track. In the number 21, working just off camera. There he goes, taking a shot in the right rear from the 119 of Shimko. What a run the two Shimko cars have been having. Great night for both of those guys. As Rick Clark goes right after the left rear corner of Drew Hawk's number 1. Pernice in danger of running out of time on the clock. Not much activity inside the cab. And the rear wheel's not turning now in the 007. That might be it for Joey Pernice going in the book 10th at this juncture. Only 9 cars left now from our field of 16.
Wow.
Mad Mike
putting a big shot on Mad Mike.
Mad Mike stopped and tried to get that into reverse. Look at Mad Mike. What a drive that was. 2 shots, one on the rear, then on the front.
Mad Mike literally doing circles around Shimko right now. Taking advantage of the 2 Shimkos being on the opposite end of the track.
Everybody going after the axles now on the Shimko 119. The nose just took a hard shot. Lots of smoke coming out from under the hood now. Steaming up pretty bad as it's getting hot. It's got to be just about impossible to see under the hood, or excuse me, inside the cabin of that 119. Anthony Alexander, what a run he had as we smelled the Downy. Chance Smith gets some room to run. Rick Clark just doing axle hunting right now, focused solely on the 119 of Shimko. He gets out of town, tries to get himself a little bit of room to work with, but the cavalry is coming with him. Here comes Anthony Alexander. Mad Mike right in the mix as well with a hard shot with the back end of the new number 2R. Going in on it one more time, really trying to jack that nose up. Here comes Shimko Jr. with a good blow on that right rear corner for DeFriesha. Drew Hawk really stretching the springs out in the back of the number 21 of Alexander. Great feature action with the Superstocks here. One and done, $1,500 to win. Whoa, Clark.
Nobody's been giving the Psycho car a lot of attention right now, and that car is looking good.
Yeah, but he's having a lot of trouble keeping it running. Shimko tees off on the right side of Anthony Alexander's 21. About to do it again, grabs some forward gear, trying to get that red line to refire. Marginal blow.
The frame on that Ford is bellowing out under the doors. He may be getting close to being done.
Getting close or is done with the looks of things. Mad Mike is stuck on the 119. Got himself free. Rick Clark has been turning it up when he has to, but otherwise a very patient and deliberate feature. Making a couple hits a minute, nothing too crazy. Aggressive shots when he gets the axle up. Did you see the body shift on that shot? My word, Chance Smith with a shot on Drew Hawk's number 1. 119 of Shimko could be in trouble. Black smoke puffing out of the stacks.
And that's it for the Alexander car. 21 is all done. Bo Lockwood calls him done.
Anthony Alexander going to go in the books as 9th overall. Looks like Joe Shimko Sr. going to follow him in the finish order in 8th. Shimko Jr. backs it up to Mike DeFriesha. That thing went right over.
Shimko's still cranking. I'm not sure if they've officially clocked him out or not. There he goes. He breaks his stick.
119 all finished. Sitting idle under in the cockpit. All done for Joe Shimko Sr. in the 119. Going to the book 8th right now. Chance Smith able to get his number 727 refired.
Chance power shifting that Mopar.
Sparks now for Drew Hawk in the number 1. Just to the left in the number 1. Sparks pouring from at the firewall. That might be a transmission that just came apart in the number 1. Frustration. You can see him banging on the steering wheel. I think he knows that something terminal has occurred in the number 1. Could be a starter shorting out, possibly. An issue with the transmission. Sitting in the cockpit. All done. That's it for Drew Hawk. All finished in the number 1. Tough break. What a run he was having in that number 1. I can't tell what this 43 is. Was that like a mid-60s Chrysler? Or maybe a Polara? That may have been a tire.
I'm not sure. I think that 43 is another hybrid. It looks like a 98 to 02 front frame onto it. The back is leaf. It was pretty bad up when it came in here. I'm not 100% sure what it is.
You see sparks coming out from under the hood as the pulley is now impacting the, looks like either the subframe or possibly the core support on the number 119 of Shimko Jr. 6 cars remain. Chance Smith having a great run in that 727, the 2-door Chrysler. We've also got the 119 Junior still out there. Mad Mike, the Psycho car, Ridinger, the 43 of Davey Chapman, and Rick Clark in the red, white, and blue Chevy. Look at the back end of the 119 Junior. Look at that thing just folded over.
That's folding both ways. His harmonic balancer is broken pulley there.
Left side leaf spring shackle broken off the bottom of the trunk floor on the number 119. The number 727 attempts to refire. A lot of flames coming out of the stacks as raw fuel burns off. Look at him lighting up the candles over there in the 727. Thought for a second there we may have lost the number 119 of Shimko Jr. He's able to get it in gear and drive away. Davey Chapman's still out there running and moving in the number 43. Mike DeFriescher goes after the Psycho car. Psycho Riviera. Psycho Riviera.
Full side, probably at a Palo. Rear window's too big. Yeah, just like a Monadol.
So we got Psycho's Bonneville. We've got Rick Clark in an Impala. Davey Chapman in a Chrysler. Mad Mike ready to tee off. He had a ton of room to work with. Lifted out of it. Instead puts it in reverse. 2 Mopars still left out there in the 119 and the 727 of Chance Smith. Good points night for Davey Chapman at number 43. I don't think that 43 is a hybrid. It looks like he's got torsion bars underneath there.
Yeah, you're right.
And the body lines almost look like it's a Polara. That nose is yawned way up on the number 43. Mad Mike DeFriescher took a hard shot as he's approaching out of bounds. We're watching the Psycho car, the Bonneville. He's backing it up. Look at the A-pillar on that thing shoved up into the roof line as the back also starting to buckle as well. Chance Smith trying to refire. Ridinger trying to refire. Sparks continue to pour from under the hood and the core support area of the number 119. Davey Chapman sitting idle now a far, far, far ways away from the rest of the field. Well off camera, trying to pick a shot as he backs up. Still 6 cars in the hunt as you see sparks pouring from under the hood as the front end has really pushed back now and the bumper peaking upward in the 119 of Shimko Jr. I'm wondering where Psycho will finish. Given he's having so much difficulty keeping the car running, yet he's still making qualifying hits. He's easily clawing his way into the top 6 now. If he was able to run more aggressively, he may have put himself out by now. That might be a blessing. As we see the 727 breaking up, he's trying to get that car refired. Blue flames now pouring out from the stacks in the 727. Might be a transmission problem for the number 43 off here to our right. Here comes Rick Clark turning it around. That's it for the 727. Up Chance Smith goes in the book 6th, I believe. Unless he got it refired. Whoa, up on the wall!
I almost think the Psycho car has lost forward gears.
Look how high the 727 got in the air. My word. .727 all done. Reininger able to get it refired one more time. So at this point, he has clawed his way almost a third. Fire in the number 119. Really going up in flames now.
That looks like just unburnt fuel coming out of the bottom of them headers.
Quick reckless abandon, red flag stoppage. We might be down to our last, technically we're down to our last 4. We might even be down to our last 3. We'll see if they try, and that's going to be the end of Shimko Jr. going in the books 4th as he tried to refire it. More flames coming out from under the hood. Not in exactly the place you want to see the flames coming from either. Right on top of the motor. You were saying that you got a theory on where that might be coming from?
It almost looked like when it first started, maybe he pushed the gasket out. Now it's just unburnt fuel coming out of the bottom of the header gasket and just spraying out on the motor. But the Psycho car, he's in the throttle pretty high RPMs and barely moving forward. So I think he's having some tranny issues, and we'll see how that plays out.
Waiting for the all clear on the track to turn these guys loose one more time. Look at thumbs up from Mad Mike signaling over to the opposite end of the track. He's got somebody over there watching him. So here we go, bringing us to the conclusion of the Superstock Championship at the Clarion County Fair. Reidinger's got problems, and he's got a problem about to come. Here comes Rick Clark. Oh, Clark didn't go all the way into him.
I think, yeah, Mike's using the Psycho car as a blocker. Clark not taking the bait.
Whoa! Aggressive shot by Mad Mike. Stood the nose on the number 2. Going after him one more time. Mad Mike, how's the steering working in that thing? Has he got problems with the steering? Nope.
I think he's still good.
Still has steering in the number 2R. Gotta believe that's gonna do it for Psycho, or at least close to it. Clark with a good shot and left for a corner, trying to pin the number 2 of Mad Mike in. Mike trying to get out of the harm's way, does so in rapid fashion, gets it turned around. Now goes off to the back end. of the number 108. Those motors not gonna quit. Really picking up the pace now.
How's that in your face? They are probably 5 feet from us with no wall.
For everybody watching at home, objects on your screen are closer than they appear. What a showdown this is turning into. Mad Mike DeFreesia going toe-to-toe with a past Basher Cast champion and Rick Clark. Superstock division, Ford versus Chevy, bringing it down to the wire. A huge night on deck for Mad Mike. If he can pull this win home, completely changes the picture for the Wreckless Warriors Series points with no Steve Siopa in the pits. Plenty of power still under the hood of the 108. I believe this is a red line versus Baldwin battle right here. Red line for Mike DeFreesia, and it's starting to get a little hot on the right side as we see the candle only lit on that one set of stacks. Baldwin still running a nice patient pace, if I remember correctly, for the 108. Sparks coming from underneath the back end of the 108.
That's his pinion brake coming off, and Mike has shed his belt.
Good hard shot right there. And the nose standing even taller now at the firewall for Mad Mike as he tries to push Rick Clark into a hole. There's not much left on the front of Mad Mike's number 2. You see the sparks flying out from underneath the 108. The differential brake really lighting up. Look at this battle raging. Two of the best in the business right up on the wall in front of us. He's going to hammer it down and drive right back in. Comes down off the banking. Oh, swing and a miss. Almost got him. What a battle this is shaping up to be. Vehicular chess match with Mad Mike on the certainly more damage than Rick Clark at this point. Came down off the banking. What a line he had for impact.
Mike doing a great job from getting pushed in somewhere.
And remember, after this coming up, we have the consolation round for the trucks and the trucks feature yet to go. Red line stalls. I don't know if he gave up or not, to be honest. Look at the fire show he's got putting on out there now. Trying to get that red line to refire one more time.
He's done it. He's fired.
How did that thing refire? I can't believe he got it started one more time. Goes right after. Now you got a good look at the stick. That stick was knocked free. Mike did not take that stick down on his own. He did not throw in the towel. So this is still an active feature with 2 cars left in the mix. Mike staying right on top of Rick Clark, trying to heat up that transmission, make him work to get free. The bumper of Mike DeFries's car may have wrapped around the A-pillar.
I think so. Mike's trying to back up. His nose, and I believe his bumper is right in Clark's A-pillar.
They are stuck together.
That is going to be difficult to get out of.
There it is. Good
There
look.
it is.
Bumper wedge right in the A-pillar now of the number 108. He can reach out and touch it. That motor, I tell you what, that motor is not 100% right now. Making some funny noises coming out of the stacks. Look at the right side stacks from our vantage point. You can see down in, it is white hot on the number 2R. Now the bumper might be stuck on the left front steer tire of Rick Clark. Again, Mad Mike trying to get that refired. Rick Clark trying to figure out what to do with Mike DeFries. Rick Clark now, he's working inside the cockpit.
Rick Clark has pulled out a pry bar, and he's trying to pry his bumper out of the pillar.
Unbelievable. Red flag. Let's see what's going on here. I've never seen that before, trying to pry.
It almost looked like a shifting rod. Maybe he put in a backup shifting system or something. I'm not really sure what he had there, but it looked like an old school shifting rod that he had pulled out from under the car and tried to pry the bumper out of his pillar.
Unreal.
Hooked in like that, it's going to be almost impossible to get them apart just by driving. And I have to say how they done it. It looks like Bo is giving them is waving them forward to pull them apart.
So
Bo is looking like he's waving for some equipment to pull them apart.
Crowd is loving this. Just a reminder to everybody at home, after this, we will probably have a bit of extended mic silence as they play music in the arena. Also letting everybody know at home that everything appears to have stabilized here on our end. However, we are reaching the maximum of our data. So when this does roll over, you may experience a small blip as it goes into surplus. No problem at all. If you just ride it out with us, you should be just fine at home. Just a minor programming note for everybody that's checking things out here and enjoying the Clarion County Fair. What a run this has been for both Mike.
And I tell you, this has been a battle.
Yeah.
Been a battle.
There's the end is near, however. Donnie pointing out training fluid pouring out from underneath the number 2R. There's a good look at it for Mad Mike DeFries. That is all from his transmission. Green flag back out. Mike's got to end this thing in a hurry if he's got any chance at it. Just muscling that car around. Having some steering problems. Oh, what a blow on that right side. That might have stalled the motor for the last time. Rick Clark, not done yet, backs it up. Turns up the wick one more time, and he goes again. But if Mike
is going to put on a show for the fans, and he's
but
going
if
to be
Mike can get it restarted, how much damage is this doing to the front of Rick Clark's car? Backs it up one more time. Red flag. Smoke pouring from under the hood of Mike DeFrisch's number 2. Trying to get it to refire one more time. It wants to start. Black smoke pouring out, and the smoke has now stopped. He's resting it. Waits to stick off. That's going to do it.
What a battle.
What a feature.
Yes. That was a one and done. There's still more to come.
Yeah. Yeah, don't leave yet. We still have the Consi for the trucks, and we've got the trucks feature coming up next. I'm a little bummed we couldn't get an interview sponsor for tonight because we just went over our data. And we're going to keep going. I mean, it's just going to keep getting higher and higher. That was outstanding. What an effort. Mike DeFrisch. What a run for Mike. What a remarkable run for Rick Clark in the 108. Congratulations to him. Chance Smith doing a great job in the 727. That thing was mangled to pieces. The Shimkos, both of them, put on a great show in their Mopars. Anarchy car, he did damage. Drew Hawk in the number 1. He's being escorted off the track as we speak. Great show. And here's our heavy hitter awards coming out. Baseball bats.
Yes. Yes. I tell you what,
Bo's been busy.
Yes, he has. If you look over the last few cars, I think picking your heavy hitter out of that is going to be difficult.
And I stand corrected. Instead of trophies, they're getting baseball bats.
Those are pretty cool. Those are official bats.
These bats are also made locally, which is pretty cool. Interesting. Up at the Wadena Grand Slam, which is where we're going to be going here in a very short amount of time, they give out sledgehammers for the heavy hitter.
Nice.
So the main event class gets a really heavy wood-burned sledgehammer.
That's
with,
a great idea.
The event logo and all that other stuff in it. So an official rundown here on the Superstock Championship here. The 108C Rick Clark coming up with first place. The 2R Mike DeFrisch second. Psycho Ridinger coming away with third place. Then the 119. We got to cut this. We'll be back with you. Truck Consi about ready to come up here in just a few minutes. A couple cars left to remove from the track. You see the Pernice car. They were just spinning the starter on that thing, trying to get it to fire, and there was no dice there. It was not going to refire for them.
I do have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a pacer bumper on the front of a bubble Ford, a new style Ford. That has got to be a first. I would love to meet up with him afterwards and ask him, what were you thinking?
Right. But it worked.
It worked. He did very well. I mean, he was using that car, and
We already see the Cipra trucks lined up, ready to come out for the consolation round. The call has gone out to get those trucks up to the line. 4 cars left to remove. We've got the Anarchy car of Dane Clark ready to be drugged back to the pits. We got to cut this. We'll see you later. So just to give you an update again, we have to maintain radio silence during the intermissions because they're playing music in the arena. There is not enough trucks for the Consi, so we're going right into the truck feature coming up in just a minute. Well, we got a bit of a break in the music again. Just to reiterate what's going on, we have to maintain basically microphone silence while they play music in the arena. So that's why periodically you're coming across a break where you see the video but you don't hear any audio. People weighing in all over the place, taking in the show. What we usually do when we start the show before the national anthem is we have the crowd cheer. We don't have the ability to get the crowd on our side here, but we do want to take a minute and mention all the servicemen and women that are tuning in all over the country who are watching and enjoying the show. We're thrilled always to bring that to them, and Jake does those awesome gift packages. Gets those out to those guys. We appreciate the support from all those folks stationed overseas, and hope to bring a little bit of derby action and bring some sense of normalcy, I guess, to those folks that are away from their families and away from the derbies here that are taking place all over the country. Here, Steve Blankenship weighing in Washington. Thrilled to see a two-door GM pull down the win with Rick Clark taking that victory in the Superstock division, which just ended a few moments ago over Mike DeFresia. Mike DeFresia, busted rotor.
Is that what it was?
And 3 plug wires ripped off. It was still running.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Great run for him to second.
And he shed the belts. When that battle there, the last two of them first started, that's when he shed the belt. So it ran that entire time without a water pump.
It ran a long time in duress.
Yeah. And Rick Clark actually, after that battle, drove that car to the trailer.
I think Rick's coming back up here in a few minutes, so we're going to be talking a little bit with Rick here. And official word came back from pit side. Not enough trucks to have a consi answering the call. So just watching close, make sure we don't catch any music here and get booted off. Not enough trucks for a consi, so we're moving right into the championship feature.
I wonder if that plays into effect, because unless you regular run trucks, that's something that you normally run. Do you bring the parts? Do you have the extra parts to fix things here in the pits?
Well, you don't have. Do you have wheels? Do you think you have to buy a whole second set of wheels and second set of tires? There's a big chunk of it right there. That could be why Corey came out with a flat tire. He just didn't have the spares.
With tie rod ends, do you have all those spares like you do with if you're a GM guy, you bring the truckload of GM parts, but if you don't run trucks, do you have those extra parts to be able to put things together in the pits?
Getting that. Don't hook it to the pacer bumper. You're liable to pull it off. Boy, what a run that car had. He gave that every last bit of hell that it could ask for. Look at the nose, just gone.
But look how it played out. With Rick coming away with the win, how many cars did he hurt?
Worked out.
Yes, it did. Actually, a close look at that. It looks like he shed the drive shaft was what actually took him out. He nosed over and shed the drive shaft. I'm actually looking carefully to see if I see the tail shaft attached to that as hard as that nose, but I don't. All I see is the drive shaft there.
It looks like it broke the yoke.
Yeah.
Can't believe why. Well, look at this. An open track, a huge arena. They've opened it up quite a bit. So at this point, we know for sure that 4 teams are going to be on the track. We've got the Team H&H, Charles Chastain in the 528, Zach Garrett in the Z69, and Adam McMichael in the 340 scheduled to appear. Coming out of qualifying heat number 2, Team Nux, Ken Kiskaden, Andy Bort, and the 834 of Corey Roman due onto the track. That was formerly Josh Decker's truck, formerly the truck owned and run by Matt Greshel down in the Carolinas as well. Team Extreme, the fastest heat of the night, coming out, and they are looking very healthy. Inverted the bumper on one of their adversaries. Brent Lee in the 215, the PJ's Mike Hopper, and the PJ2 is Sean Connor.
Now, if you look over here to my left, you have the team leftovers. Looks like there was 2, the Cipra cars.
Chris, have we got these guys coming into the feature as well? Okay. Don't interrupt him. We'll figure it out. Don't interrupt him.
But what I was saying there is I'm not sure if they're going to be allowed in the feature or not. But what I can say is they are still sitting in their vehicle and they still have their helmets on, which
They're
would
coming
be
out.
a good sign that they plan on running.
They're coming out like it or not.
Yeah, that's it. Invited or not. And there they come, man. They are entering the track. What was the time? You didn't catch the times on that last that?
It was
that
like
feature?
it was a half hour, 40 minutes anyway. You know, they were out there a long time. Well, we want to show you the track, but Chris Furster is currently occupying the camera lens. There, do it. Now's your chance, right there.
I got a chance to talk to Chris a little bit earlier, and not to keep bringing up the same subject, but he is all about going to that team show.
Yes,
so
he is.
I'm just I might be saying this a little extra loud, so Mr. Lockwood here is standing just over to my left, but.
Good for it. Yep.
If I recall, he was having problems in the heat, wasn't he? I don't know if it was a carb issue or was loading up, but he was flooring it and he wasn't getting anything out of it.
Just got a note that my boy Alan's still up watching the Derby with his mom. They got their Derby faces on and ready to go.
That's awesome.
So, two-car feature? What do you think? How's this going to play out? Those trucks are still looking awful fresh, aren't they?
Yes.
Shutting them down. Here's another one. Tim Showers and the Team No Names firing up over in the pits.
They'd be pretty good work too. They probably had a little bit of work to do to the front of them. Two of them Suburbans got cleared there in the front, right over their bumpers. So they probably had a little bit of pulling out to do with the core support to get them ready to come out.
So here comes Tim Showers. We see him off to the side. The 007 also coming out. 007 with Team No Name is David Daub. All three of the No Name cars able to make it out, along with 36 of Andrew Arnold. And as Team No Names enters the arena with the Minions in full proud display, we also see Team Nux pulling in with Andy Bort in the 76 and Corey Roman in the 834.
I just want you to think, as we're looking at the 834 truck, I just want you to think about something for a second. A month ago, anybody had the opportunity to buy that truck. That truck was for sale.
Publicly.
For
Very
sale.
much so. Anybody could have bought that, and here it is, lined up for the team feature.
And to quote his words, it looks nasty.
Yeah.
They went virtually unscathed in the heat, the orange and blue Team Nux.
Team H&H pulling in now. There's the 340.
They had a little bit of steering issues with fixing the pit.
H&H 528 Charles Chastain. The Z69 of Zach Garrett and the 340 of Adam McMichael all able to make it out. lining them up tight, opposite ends of the track. We've got 5 teams eligible. 4 teams aren't out here at this point. Still missing Team Extreme at this juncture. The trailer is open. The 215 is now moving in the pit, so at least we're going to see one of them.
Here comes the PJ around the outside here, and the PJ2 behind. And they make quick work in their heat also.
They made very quick work of the heat earlier.
And I believe that's going to be everybody.
And that's every truck at this point, I believe, has made it out for the feature, with the exception of, let's see, Sean Bungard. Bungard couldn't make it out.
Well, the team leftover cars of the Cipras, I believe, were transferred through without a consi. So.
Right. That is correct.
So we got 4 full teams and then a 2 team. So what do you do here? Do you go right after Team Nux, or do you
go right after them,
or do you try to stay off their radar?
You go right at them.
Don't give them an inch, right? This
Hit
is going to be
hard.
exciting.
Green flag flies over the team truck feature, capping the Clarion County Fair 2015 in Clarion, Pennsylvania. A bit of a patient start. Team Nux comes out in force, goes right after Team No Names. And nice show of sportsmanship by Bort to lay off the throttle a little bit and not blast in the door. The 505 of Cipra. Showers taking some heavy left front corner damage already at the get-go.
That was a great start. 27 Nux worked as a blocker as the other 2 came in and tracked.
Here comes Bort looking for some more opportunities. Room to work now. Team Extreme takes a lick. It was a 215. Oh, headed back onto the wheel shot. And here goes 528 right into the back of Corey Roman. It got into the tin work, but the frame looks like it's just fine. And now they're hung together. Bort puts a shot on the steering wheel. 007 up in the air.
Arnold comes in and stuffs Corey Roman hard in the door. I believe that was unintentional. Both were moving, but Roman takes a hard shot to the driver's door, courtesy of the 36 Arnold.
007 up on the blocks. He's going to be all done. Calling for help now. Gesturing for help. Whoa!
Wow, up and over.
Still trying to get to his buddy. Showers. Excuse me, no, that is the 06. Rather the 36 of Andrew Arnold trying to get to his partner. Can't get to him. Having problems getting that.
That's it. Arnold's not even looking at him.
That's some poor team driving. Arnold had 2 shots to get his buddy off the wall and didn't go get him. You gotta get the 007 off the wall. Priority number 1 right now is getting the 07 off. He may have him this time. Got a shot at it. And the 007 of David Daub has been shut down by an official trackside.
We have I can't tell if it's just a tire or tire wheel on the track.
Cipra way
up and over! Wow!
Trying to get it down now. Can he get it down? And he gets
Look
it
at
down.
that.
He was on his way down. Being told, waving him off. Cipra
Drives
back
off
in.
of that. Just goes back in it. And you know Oh, he's grinning ear to ear.
Wow! The 528 of Chris Sharp. They're going to flip him over.
There he goes. He's over.
The number 834 of Corey Roman puts the 528 on his lid.
That's a little revenge.
Man, they are opening it up now. They're trying to get that truck pushed back on its feet. Fist pumping out the window. Adam McMichael goes over, trying to rock it back over. 528 rather. Charles Chastain, over he goes. Rich Cipra way up on those tires at the hands of Tim Showers and Team No Names, and the wake of that was waved off. When they were waved off, Jake, it opened up the floor and Team Nux attacked. And then after that, Team H&H attacked. They did some major damage to the 880 and to the 36. Unbelievable. What a flip that was.
Yes,
Once he got up on the back, he was going over.
And
Corey wasn't lifting.
No, he was not. Chastain's been giving Roman a lot of attention, and I think Roman's certainly going to start paying attention to him back.
More intense action as the trucks continue to bang away. Looks like we lost PJ in the black one from Team Extreme. Mike Hopper all finished.
Yeah, the PJ truck, the welds broke on his wheel. So the hub is still there, but the wheel, the rim itself, and the tire are gone.
We've also lost Adam McMichael sitting idle in the 340 over there in the midst of that fray. He's behind the 326 of Justy Cipra right now. As the 215 of Brent Lee getting shoved well out of bounds. Was PJ out before the 528?
Yes, I think so. I think he just got pushed there.
Look at him going up on the blocks now. Cascade gets out of town in a hurry. Drives right into a hard shot from the Z69 of Zach Garrett. The 36 was in danger of being counted out. What a move that was to keep his shot clock active. Whoa! And now they're trying to flip over Lee. Brent Lee in danger of going over in the 215. Thankfully, he's wedged in on his teammate. And that lets him get down. Corey Roman is pinned in. Corey Roman is pinned in by the two Cipra vehicles. Rich Cipra in the 505 being instructed to give him room now. Jesse Cipra might be out. Watching Rich Cipra. See if he's going to back up, hung together with the 834 of Corey Roman. Look at that knot of vehicles just shoving backwards. Steering gone on the number Z69 of Zach Garrett.
76 and a 27 working well together.
Left himself open for a hard lick right there from Arnold in the 36. Look at the body just peeled right off of the double or the 80 of Tim Showers. Cipra looks like Cipra's done. Corey Roman also counted out. Corey chased in the 326, left himself open and got smoked by the 505. What a feature this has turned into. Oh, did you hear that thud? Look at the body shifting right over sideways on Showers 80.
Hard shot 27 on the Arnold car.
Two Team Nux cars, two Team No Name cars,
And one Team Extreme.
Where's that red DJ2 truck? Where's the red DJ2?
Gotta be out there, some pile somewhere. The 215 Extreme truck has got a broken spring pack, and that pinion angle is very deep. This pinion's pointing almost straight down.
There he comes. What a shot. Oh, it blew the rear end clean out of it.
And
look at that.
Look at the pinion in that truck. How is that truck still moving?
That's unreal. Look at the drive shaft down there, just working, digging into the dirt. That was a cannon of a shot, too. I can't believe Showers' truck's still going as well. Here comes the 880 looking at making a shot on the 36 and the 76.
Yeah, I have to believe the 215 Extreme truck is all done. Every time he puts it in reverse, I think the angle's too good and them yokes are just locking right up.
He got himself free. Brent Lee got loose.
Wow.
And now it seems like it's just a formality as Tim Showers looks to put up finishing touches on his win with Team No Names. Looks like we've just about wrapped this one up. We had a massive die-off there, 2 different points through the course of this feature. It was a little tough to score it. I'm thinking that the 27 of Kiskadden will go in the book as 3rd, the 36 going in the book as 5th, with the 76 of 4th, the 215 at this point. Brent Lee, time running out. There's the red flag. He's going to go in the book 2nd. First place goes to Tim Showers.
That thing is mangled.
There's nothing on the track that isn't mangled.
And we got some dirt angels going on. That's a happy win.
Look at the carnage.
Got a little bit of a discussion, I think, going on here on the track. I'm not really sure what the problem is, but.
So, unreal. What a night this turned into, Jake. Clarion County Fair officially in the books. Our 3rd live stream this month, all of them with the Wreckless Warriors Tour, the Keystone Nationals back in July. Well, technically, I guess it's the 1st of this month because it is the August 1. But sure enough, busy 4 weeks for the Wreckless Warriors Tour. Major point implications taking shape, and we got some answers that we need on if the official word is that the Stoneboro show will count as 2 separate nights. That means a guy can score points in the stock division and in the limited well division on the 2nd day.
Yeah.
So got to kind of track and see how that's going to play out, because very, very interesting with that points scenario. Corey Roman banking a ton of points through tech inspection and through his heat. Got tied up with the Cipras, and all of them sort of went out in sequence. Corey hit the 326, and then the 505 of Rich Cipra hit Corey. Those guys went down in that order. Through the course of the feature, I did lose track of the PJ2 truck. I think he's amid that mess over there with that 007, and that being the case, he's going to be way, way down the finish order.
Yeah, I haven't seen him either. I still don't see him now. It's a big red truck. I don't know how you could miss it, but
unless he did come out for the feature, right?
Yes, no, he was out.
There's a good look at your winner, Tim Showers. Exciting feature. Give a big thanks to Donnie Hartzell, who made the trip down with us to help run the cameras. glad that for all the feature action, everything had stabilized. We didn't have any additional of that chop issues. Everything sort of cleared up. Once everybody stopped uploading videos and paid attention to the Derby here in the grandstands, I think that helped us out a ton. But away we go. You know, the trucks now in the books. Tim Showers pulling down championship points for winning that, and that's going to jump him up the ladder as well. Rick Clark, big important points night for him. That's going to help him move up the ladder as well. Another top 3 finish for Mad Mike DeFreesia, giving him, I believe, 3 out of 4 starts, finishing in the top 3, but still yet to get an elusive win here as he took his box forward toe-to-toe with one Rick Clark in that 1975 or 76 Impala. Good run there. Team pictures being taken just at the front of that Team Minion truck. There's a good look as pictures underway.
I tell you, that was a pretty exciting feature there.
They got
at one point when Cipra got pushed up over there on the wall. I think his tailgate was touching the dirt.
Oh, yeah.
He was nose so high, the tailgate was touching the dirt.
He was way up in the air.
Almost vertical.
He was up in the air, and then we had the rollover, the 528, and I thought he had thrown in the towel at that point, but then he got it to refire, and he ended up moving up the list a little bit further. Remarkable team truck feature, and I don't know if you can really call it a team truck feature. It was just a bunch of guys out to wreck trucks. There wasn't a whole lot of real working together. You know, some holding, but in terms of trying to go through the pecking order, it was pretty much every man for himself.
Yeah, it was pretty open. You didn't really see any one team really go after the other, and it was, like I said before, that was a great start with the Team Knox coming out with one blocker and then the other 2 just full tracking.
Yeah,
that was a great start.
The orange and blue team, I got to believe that they got to come away from this a little bit disappointed. Team Knox.
Absolutely. They were definitely the trucks to beat, and you know, it's just the way it works sometimes.
2 of their trucks, all of their trucks for that matter, finishing the night hung up. We've got the Kiskadden truck was stuck on the back of the Z69. There's a look at it. Over on the top side, we got Corey Roman hung up between the 2 Cipra vehicles, and then the Bort 76 tied up on Arnold's number 36 off to the left here in front of us. Oh man, what a night! And now we turn around tomorrow. We drive back to New York overnight, get a couple hours rest, and we are going to go to Dunkirk, where it is going to be just as aggressive, just as fun. Unfortunately, not going to be live streaming it. Wish we could bring that to you guys, but we are doing it for the DVD. Fun night, exciting night here at the Clarion County Fair. Glad everybody out there was able to take it in, enjoy this show, and get a full experience of what team trucks are like on the Wreckless Warriors Tour.
I tell you what, clear your schedule for Stoneboro, because I believe that's the last in the tour, and if it's shaped up anything like the rest of the tour, it's definitely going to be a show to be at. You
don't want to miss it. But looking like we're just about ready to pull the plug on everything here. We appreciate everybody coming in and joining us here, hanging out with us tonight at the Clarion County Fair. For Donnie Hartzell, who helped us out so much running the camera, did a nice job with that, and of course Jake Sherman making the trip down with us. That is going to do it for us. We will see you again here. It'll be a little bit before we're back on the air, I believe. The next time that we'll be on the air will be in Stoneboro at the final encounter, the cap to the Wreckless Warrior 2015 Tour. So once again, thanks for everybody tuning in. Make sure you let Bo Lockwood and everybody at Wreckless Warriors know that you enjoyed the show, and that's going to do it for us. We will see you in September at the Stoneboro Fair.
The Crash Course Podcast is brought to you in part by DerbyParts.com. The 2015 Wadena Grand Slam, Bo Lockwood Motorsports, and the 2015 Keystone National. Sciopa Racing and SciopaRacing.com. Ultimate Derby and Blizzard Bash 2015. Demo Derby Master. Reckless Abandon Derby Apparel at RecklessAbandonGear.com. And Derby Inc. Magazine. Live it, breathe it, be it, Derby Inc.